mainly on concentration and agri-food value chains, revolutions. I'll then move on to the conceptual framework, where I locate different areas of literature that are nested in the research. I'll follow on with a regional mapping of the value chain, focusing on Kenya, Malawi, and Zambia as the main countries, but noting that the regional reach of the main firms goes beyond these countries across these outcomes and conclusions. So by way of introduction, rapidly expanding urban populations combined with somewhat economic growth or varied economic growth across the region, as well as dietary protein requirements, has led to the expansion in industrial production of broiler chickens. And this has led to the transformation of the value chain in multiple ways, including in terms of grain trade, animal feed production, as well as day-old chick supply. So as I go through the presentation, there's a specific slogan that came up at the center that I would like you to remember, which is the power is in the breed and the money is in the feed. So as I take you through this presentation, I would like you to remember that. And so the transformation in the value chain has also meant the expansion of multinational traders and processors across Africa under market liberalization, but also linked to global markets. And this is something that has been presented on in the last couple of days. And lastly, there's also been increased vertical integration stemming from some of these main grain traders down through to the downstream supply of poultry, nested within cross-border concentration, which has arisen through mergers and acquisitions and joint ventures. So in terms of this paper, I draw on literature on concentration, power, and governance, where I find that there's complex regional coordination as a result of corporate concentration, which has led to it being crucial in terms of how the value chain has been shaped, how value is created, and how value is extracted. And centering around this is the issue of market concentration. The findings are that there's exclusion of independent market participants at multiple levels of the value chain across various jurisdictions, and that regional competition enforcement should have broader conceptions of power going beyond the traditional conception of market power in industrial organization literature in order for competition enforcement to be able to address this conduct and this harm. So in terms of the methods and the data, I'll just try and go through this quickly. The paper draws on research that was conducted by the African Market Observatory between 2021 and 2024, which is housed at CRED. I think Dr. Mwemba also touched on the Market Observatory in the last couple of days as well. So the observatory essentially collates primary data on prices at multiple levels of not just the poultry value chain, but other key staple food products. And we triangulate this data across different sources. And in the case of my research, also with the Competition Authority of Kenya's Animal Feed Inquiry in 2024. Prices of inputs for poultry production were collected from poultry market participants, and these were further confirmed through in-depth interviews across the 3 countries that I looked at. And then I applied this data to the main areas of literature, which I will go through now, in order to understand how evolving governance arrangements and relationships contribute to conduct and harm. So in terms of the conceptual framework, I located 3 main areas, which is concentration, power, and governance, looking at these 3 main areas of literature. So starting with agri-value chain transformation, this is an area of literature that has focused on market concentration linked to market liberalization in agricultural markets, but also in terms of the demand side, increasing levels of urbanization, but also changes in consumer tastes and what consumers demand. But what I picked up from this literature is that there's a significant gap in understanding what the role of firms and market power is in terms of the structural transformation of agricultural value chains across borders. The other area of literature is in terms of industrial organization, looking at coordination and power. And I focused quite a bit on the efficiency contradiction, where we know that corporate alliances, networks of relationships, and cross-shareholdings can come together in order to assist with achieving economies of scale and scope in order to provide goods and services more efficiently. But we know that these types of interactions can also increase levels of concentration, where information is much easily shared, and so what this means is that market power can also increase, which with it comes the detriment of the possibility of it being exercised and the exclusion of market participants to the detriment of consumer welfare. So the gap that I found here is that currently, at least in the context of agricultural value chains, and lastly, quite quickly, I looked at power in the context of global value chains, focusing on the typology of power, which looks at various dimensions of power that can come together in essentially tipping the balance of power away necessarily from market power into other dimensions of power that we don't consider in traditional competition economics. So I'll move on into mapping the regional value chain in terms of concentration and coordination. And again, I would like you to remember the slogan: the power is in the breed and the money is in the feed. So at the upstream of the poultry value chain, you have maize and soybean as traded commodities, being the main constituents for feed production, which is important for both the breeding stock, which is the chicks that you grow, but also important for growing the actual chickens that are supplied to consumers. So looking at the processing of soybean, which is one of the most important commodities, even in terms of value, outside of South Africa, it's traded by 4 main companies across the region. And these companies have a regional footing, are integrated into trade and logistics, but also in some cases integrated down into feed production. Now, across the 3 countries that I've looked at, there's about 2 to 4 feed producers that are either integrated or have very close relationships to the processors and the traders of soya. Then you have breeding stock, which again is where the power lies. And if you look at the breeding stock levels of concentration, there's 2 main producers that control the global supply of 90% of breeding stock. Now, the way that this works is that they set up licensing arrangements in different regions across the world, South Africa in itself being its own region, but East and Southern Africa outside of South Africa is another region. And here we see that Zambia has emerged as one of the key hubs for breeding stock, but this is very much still linked to this global levels of concentration where these 2 entities control the supply. And then at the very downstream level, you have broiler production, where in each country there's about 1 or 2 large broiler producers that are integrated throughout this value chain, and then lots of independent producers that rely on this one producer for inputs. So this is where the power lies, in the breed, but because the soybean is such a valuable product, that's where the money or the margins can be earned. Now, in terms of low cost, big exports, and high prices, I looked at these 2 main inputs: the breeding stock, in this case the day-old chicks, which is the top chart, and the feed as well, which is the bottom chart. So in terms of the day-old chicks, as I mentioned, Zambia has become essentially a breeding stock hub for East and Southern Africa outside South Africa. And this is something that you can see through this chart in the beginning of 2021, where prices are actually comparable to prices in Brazil as a benchmark, taking into account the cost of trade, transport costs, etc. So prices in Zambia in the first half of 2021 are actually relatively competitive. But if you move along into the second half of 2021, all the way through to August of 2022, Zambian prices increased substantially to meet prices that are those in Kenya and those in Malawi. So the prices in Zambia are not reflective of it actually being a breeding stock hub. And these prices are not the prices that vertically integrated producers receive. These increased prices are prices that are received by independent producers who are not vertically integrated and who rely on their downstream competitors to supply them with inputs. We see the same trend also happening in terms of feed, where prices in both Malawi and Zambia are also competitive in the first half of 2021, in fact matching prices in Brazil, which has come out to be an extremely competitive poultry producer. But as we move into the second half of 2021 and all the way through to 2022, prices in all three countries, in fact, are controlled and are not as competitive as you would have expected. Remembering that those that are controlling these prices are vertically integrated and control the access of these inputs throughout the value chain. So you can see these disparities already coming out where vertically integrated producers are harming their competition who are independent producers. Now I'll move on to exclusionary strategies that I found in the context of this regional concentration, focusing on Malawi. Malawi has one vertically integrated producer that dominates the value chain throughout, at each level. So for example, for the provision of day-old chicks, the producer controls 80% of the supply into the market. Now I compared April to May 2021 to November to December 2021, and there were substantial increases in price in terms of the inputs. But yet, if you compare the average variable cost that was also being supplied to the independent producers, these also increased quite substantially. Yet compared to the large producers' wholesale price, this was still under the price that the independent producers, the costs that the independent producers were receiving. And so you find that in November to December 2021, independent producers actually were making a loss of minus 483 kwacha per bird, per 1.9 kg per bird. But these are not the real costs that the vertically integrated producer was receiving. So what are the mechanisms that were in place in order to have these exclusionary outcomes come out? Firstly, it was about investment and scale. Investments in storage, transport, processing, and licensing linked to, again, the vertically integrated nature of the industry meant that bargaining power and market power was at its peak in terms of supply of inputs. And so these vertically integrated grain traders, processors were able to leverage their scale and networks across the region. Another key issue was information exchange, where there was a formation of a regional association in terms of these inputs, where information could be exchanged within a small group of entities to the detriment of their competitors. This meant that there was a decrease in market transparency that facilitated coordination and maintained market power. And lastly, the coordination of exports. And we see this because in the exclusionary strategies in Malawi, Malawian independent producers did not have the alternative to source from a hub like Zambia, because Zambia also increased the price of day-old chicks, for example, at the same time. So it did not provide for an alternative for independent producers. So to conclude, while large firms have required to reap their scale in terms of scale economies, they can also shape markets through their market power and through also leveraging these other dimensions of power that we don't consider in traditional competition economics. The complex relationships amongst few firms has enabled the control in various ways, which has had unequal outcomes against independent producers, but also been facilitated through mechanisms that were perhaps sanctioned by government institutions, such as restrictions on exports, but also the allowance of these regional groupings and unions. The relationships as well as the multidimensional nature of power, context of power, means that competition authorities are unable to capture these power dynamics with their current frameworks and scope, because we are limited in the fact that we only consider market power as something being detrimental to markets. So the application of this is that it is static in its nature, and that the consideration in how coordination actually takes place is limited. So there's questions around the appropriate rules and institutional arrangements that we can use in order to discipline market power. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Grace. Our next speakers are Pumela Mizweli and Wedzerai Musvoto. Their paper is entitled The Strategic Implications of Maize Trade and Competition within the African Continental Free Trade Area and the BRICS region.
Good. It's perfect. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Our paper's title is Strategic Implications of Competition on Maize Trade within the AFCFTA and BRICS region. Our work really is centered around welfare effects of the AFCFTA, but with the cooperation and membership of African countries within AFCFTA trade regime and BRICS, we are interested in understanding the implications of these multiple partnerships and members of BRICS who are also members of the AFCFTA and how this will affect food trade. Interestingly, it articulates well with the previous paper where the money is in the feed, and we are more focused on the feed in the context of maize trade. I'm just going to look at, with you, given the limitations of time, just the research context, which has been covered quite extensively throughout the conference, and the objectives of the paper that we wrote, as well as the key findings of the paper. And contextually, AFCFTA, as we have heard numerous times throughout the conference, represent the largest trading blocs globally. And it was quite interesting to listen to the speakers this morning from Brazil in particular, indicating that it's a cooperation of countries that are interested in peace and in trade. And BRICS is a maize production powerhouse. And maize is important to the global south because of food security issues. We are starting to see trends where food is being imported in Africa, which means that we are not using our resources to secure our food. For instance, the beauty of this BRICS cooperation is that China in 2023 and 2024 produced the largest quantities of maize after United States, 289 million metric tons, and 129 of this was produced by Brazil. And therefore, from the BRICS countries alone, we command 30% of the world's total production of maize. And Brazil is now in the top 3 and is part of the family, BRICS family. So our paper is more exploratory in nature. We are exploring the strategic implications of maize trade competition within the AFCFTA and the BRICS, and we want to examine the flow, trade flow patterns and competitive positioning, and the implications for traders within the AFCFTA. We also want to explore future prospects for regional and inter-regional cooperations. Now, I think most of us are very familiar with the theory, trade creation versus trade diversion theory, put together by Wiener way back in 1950, where it showed that trade creation occurs when an agreement enables production costs with lower partner country, for instance, in the AFCFTA, to use the country costs, or rather the country with lower costs. And when we are able to do that, there is increase in welfare, and there's also increase in integration. And the AFCFTA really wants to increase integration. Trade diversion is when a trade agreement shifts imports from a more efficient producer to a lower cost external producer with less efficient production costs. And when we analyzed our work, we looked at whether trade has been created or trade has been diverted and the welfare effects thereof. We used quantitative methods. We basically just looked at the trade intensity indices and comparative advantage calculations, and we used the African Development Bank statistics to analyze the welfare effects, and we looked at the different policies within the region, the FCFTA region and the BRICS countries. These are the key findings. We found that since the advent of the AFCFTA, there has been an increase in trade, albeit very low, only 12.4% increase in intra-Africa trade. You would recall that intra-Africa trade in the past years before the AFCFTA was put in place was around 12%, and now we're talking of around 16% intra-Africa trade, which is way lower than other blocs such as the EU, which is over 60% in terms of intra-European trade. We have seen an increase, and 44 out of these 54 member states have participated in the AFCFTA trade processes, and the value of trade in 2024 reached 1.5 trillion. So as much as the growth is still low, there is potential. For instance, 40% potential increase in intra-Africa maize trade is predicted by 2030. So the question is, what are the drivers of this increase? Clearly, the AFCFTA seeks to reduce trade tariffs, seeks to tackle the problems with non-tariff barriers, and because of this reduction in tariffs, we have seen increase in agricultural products trade, also the streamlined custom procedures, the improved borderline infrastructure, and a lot of investment that has gone into infrastructure, but most importantly, the enablement, regulatory enablement of countries allowing free movement of goods and people. We have seen a number of countries in the AFCFTA space where countries such as Kenya, Rwanda, Namibia, I think in the near future, where there are no visa requirements for the movement of people. Another key finding is in the area of the fact that BRICS commands global dominance in the trade of maize. In total, we have 500 plus million metric tons of maize produced annually within the BRICS territories that control significant portion of global maize trade. And in terms of individual country positioning, Brazil, as I said earlier, is the world's third largest producer and major exporter. China, as much as it's the second largest producer, it focuses more on domestic use of maize. Russia is rapidly expanding its export capacity. India is also domestically focused and largely moving speedily in being one of the top producers of maize. South Africa is seen as a regional integration bridge, although because South Africa produces genetically modified maize, a lot of countries in Africa are not so keen in trading with South African traders in the area of maize because of the GMOs. It's quite interesting that Zambia, as well as Tanzania, are trailblazing in the production of maize in Africa. And just to look at our analysis in terms of the distinct advantages by regions, we found that there are advantages in terms of efficient logistics systems, especially countries that are not having serious backlogs of logistical transport movement of products via transport systems. We've also find there's a favorable climatic condition in Africa that facilitates trade, and the scale advantages in production by the countries I've just mentioned, which is Tanzania, Kenya, Zambia in the area of maize. And the opportunities is that the regional integration potential with now the prospects of a 1.2 billion market size and the prospect of the risks being diversified due to capacities that are being improved and infrastructure improvements, and the growing intra-regional demand. I don't remember conversations of late that don't speak about AFCFTA and its role in integrating markets in Africa. The more you are rushed, the slower you become. So these are the priority areas: precision agriculture adoption. I think as academics we are seeing that the times for operating in silos where business, agriculture and arts are operating silos are completely gone. There are opportunities in integrating and working with synergies from different academic spaces to improve trade. There's also priority areas such as improved seed variety development, digital platform for market information. Digital markets is going to be, as we have discovered in this conference, highlighted the importance of digital markets in the trading of these staple foods. Agricultural biotechnological cooperation, I think it was quite impressive to hear that the agenda in Indonesia is cooperation first, and this is exactly what the AFCFTA has done for us. It is encouraging cooperation. So the value chain development is another area of opportunity. This has been written extensively in trade facilitation and trade creation papers. In concluding, I just want to highlight a few critical next steps for the reasons of emphasis, because we all know the infrastructure in our global south was not built really to assist small and medium enterprises who are local operators, and therefore government political will is going to be critical in addressing infrastructure gaps in the AFCFTA space. We have a great opportunity to leverage BRICS technological advantages, and the humility I watched everyone saying we are learning, even though we are learning from them. There are also areas where we are experts in, for instance, the discovery of smelting minerals, not using a lot of electricity, is areas for other countries to learn from South Africa. Implement transformative initiative, especially around grain exchange, and strengthen institutional capacity to deal with intra-Africa trade in the area of maize. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Pumela. Our next speaker is Arthur Mahumba. His paper is entitled Cracks or Chasms in the International Merger Review, a note from recent agri-food cases.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you again for the opportunity to present. So I'm going to present a paper that I co-authored with Professor Simon Roberts. Effectively, we're looking at gaps in international measure review. And I think the context here is that concentration in food markets has increased over time, mainly because of inefficient enforcement in this particular market. And in the main, the key driver here is how international measures are being assessed. And the reason for that is that there's a context in which the global companies are looking at the global context whenever they have these measures. They've got global supply chains. But what we found is that when these measures are assessed, they are assessed within the traditional ways of assessing measures, which is within the national boundaries. So you've got a mismatch in one area where the major parties are looking at the global context, but the assessment is done at a national boundary, and some of the issues that are pertinent in those particular assessments are not being picked up because we are still using the traditional ways of assessing measures in the context of looking at global measures. So this is what we are trying to show, and we picked up a couple of case studies where we're showing exactly this point, and it's important to then understand ways, to gain lessons from this particular instances so that we can find ways to improve the enforcement going forward. And I think in the main, there's almost a mismatch in the way that some of these things are done. In the main, you'll find that the large jurisdictions will be in a place where they're able to even take into account some of the global implication of these measures. So they'll be able to look at the strategic documents, they'll be able to look at the supply agreement that the major parties have across the board, but they'll only assess the implication within their own jurisdictions because of the legal frameworks that are in place. So they won't necessarily be able to look at the implications across the board. And what we've seen in practice is that the smaller jurisdictions are likely to follow on what the large jurisdictions have done in terms of remedies, in terms of the assessment. But those large jurisdictions were not actually concerned about the implication of the measures in the smaller jurisdictions. And the effects are mostly felt in the smaller jurisdictions because that's where you find some of these issues that are pertinent. So there's still high concentrations, barriers are high, and so forth and so forth. So you've got this almost dichotomy where you've got the large jurisdictions that are taking the lead, but in the assessment, they then take into account the effects in the smaller jurisdictions. And because of capacities, because of sometimes you'll find that the emerging parties are willing to give information to the large jurisdictions, but not necessarily the smaller ones. You've got the smaller ones following on what has been done, but that was not within the context at which the large jurisdictions were looking at this thing. So this is where the gaps are coming to play, and you find that the impacts are far more felt in the smaller jurisdictions because of all these issues that are still persisting. So we're trying to highlight this point by looking at three measures in food value chains that have happened before, just to draw some lessons and also to see how we can move the conversation forward. The first one that we're looking at is in global trading, global grain trading. So just a bit of context here. There's about 5 main companies that are controlling about 70 to 80% of the global trade, grain trading volumes. So although it doesn't appear that there's a single one who's dominant, but when you look at different facets and look at different subsectors and submarkets, you might find a bit of concentration, highly concentration, and in some cases, there's one that is primarily dominant. But the point is that this market is highly concentrated, and this is the context within which the Banjin-Vetera merger happened. So this is 2 global traders. They combine the largest networks of country-grade silos with port terminals, milling processing for wheat, with significant logistics across the different nations. And the asset, which is important, were then in different jurisdictions. So the assets that they held were in different jurisdictions, apart from the EU as well as Canada. So the different jurisdictions analyze the merger within the context of what is currently being done within their own jurisdictions. But the point that we're making here is that you've got this global merger, which has got assets in different places, but when the assessments are being done, they're restricted to the effect within a particular market, and this is where the global leakages are then being lost. So the assessment happened, the authorities looked at the assessment, a few of them had issues. I think it's only South Africa and a few other authorities, credit to the CCSA here, and I see the Deputy Commissioner is nodding here, that impose conditions, but in the main, most didn't find any issues because of the nationalist point of view where they're looking at within their jurisdictions. But these are global suppliers, and given the high concentration here, a bigger role, a bigger viewpoint will have pointed out to the issues that are at play, and maybe the assessment will be a bit much richer if a global context was taken into account. The second one is a fertilizer measure, and before we get to the specific here, just to draw a picture here. So currently in Sub-Sahara, there's little primary production of fertilizer apart from South Africa, a bit in Tanzania, a bit in Zambia. So in the main, it means that the region is a great importer of fertilizer, which means that we rely on international suppliers for fertilizer. The implication for that is that whenever there's a global measure, that directly affects the region because there's no local production. So which means every time there's a global measure in this market, the region will be directly affected. And what the suppliers have done, and this is the work that we've done as CRED, what the suppliers have done is that they actually use 4 main ports when they supply fertilizer into the region. So you've got the 2 ports in East Africa, which is Mombasa and Dar es Salaam. You've got the 2 ports in Southern Africa, which is Beira in Mozambique and Durban in South Africa. So these are the supply chains that they're using to then put into the supply into the rest of the region. You can already see that the supply arrangement are not necessarily designed around nationalistic jurisdictions. So you've got Mombasa, which is in Kenya, which is part of COMESA. Dar es Salaam, Tanzania is not part of COMESA. You've got the Southern Africa context here. So the point that we're making here is that the supply arrangements that are being used by these companies are not in line with the jurisdictions that we use when we assess these measures. And the context, the example that we want to highlight is the SABIC and ETG measure. So SABIC is a global producer. They've got productions outside of the region in different places. ETG is an importer and a blender as well as a distributor. So the measure was assessed by 3 authorities in the region. So it's the Commercial Competition Commission, which looked beyond specific nations because they've got a broader mandate, the CSA, the Commission, as well as the FCC. So all of these jurisdictions assessed it within their own jurisdictions. So they looked at the impact of the measure within their own jurisdictions. But from our research, for example, we found that in East Africa, when they supply the East Africa market, sorry, I don't know what I've done here. Oh, thanks. So when you look at this map again, when they're supplying East Africa, they actually consider Rwanda as well as Tanzania as one market. So when they are planning for imports, they're actually considering that Rwanda and Tanzania is in one market. But when you assess it from the context of the jurisdiction, Rwanda is a commercial country, Tanzania is not. So ideally, when Tanzania was looking at the measure, they should have looked at the impact of this measure in Rwanda as well, because the supply arrangement is arranged in such a way that they're looking at it from that context. Similar, when the Commission assessed the measure, I don't think they took into account the effect of the measure in Zambia, Malawi, and Zimbabwe. And these countries rely on suppliers from South Africa as well as imports coming from Durban. So which means that ideally in an ideal world, the Commission should have looked at the implication of this measure beyond its borders, but we know they can't because of the legal jurisdictions. Similarly, when COMESA looked at the measure, they should have looked at where the supply is coming from, which is in South Africa and through the ports in Durban. And as a result, because of this fragmentation, none of this jurisdiction, and this is not a criticism, but we're just saying we're learning from the lessons. None of these jurisdictions had any issues. I think these were all approved unconditionally without any conditions because of the way the assessment has been taken into account. But the key point that we're bringing into account is that the way it's being assessed is not in line with the way that the companies are arranging the supply arrangements. That's why some of these issues that should be looked much more closely are not being picked up because of the design of the way we assess these measures. The last one that we want to highlight is in poultry, as my colleague has explained earlier on, and I'm not going to repeat some of the stuff that was done there. So this is the Avigen and Harvard measure. So this one is not necessarily about the supply arrangement, it's more about the dynamism in this market and how in a particular context the data can point out to potential issues that might come across in other markets as well. So this was assessed by the CMA as a phase 1 measure, so it didn't raise any issues, so there was no in-depth analysis. And the reason for that is that Avigen was almost concluded to say their markets are different because they were focusing more on conventional breeds, while Hubbard was focusing on more on the slow-growing breeds. And as a result, it was thought to say, well, these are in two different markets. There's no much overlap, so there are no issues there. Although when we look beyond, after the fact, there were some indication that in some countries in Europe, there was some, growth of shares in one market, indicating that there is some close substitution between the two. And the way that they're being marketed by the emerging parties themselves is that the one was potentially a potential competitor to the other one. And because of the way it was being analyzed, and because Hubbard did not have any operations in Africa, this measure was not necessarily assessed in the continent. But looking back now, we can see that this was a potential competitor. And in that context, if there's a global assessment which was being done to say, let's look at the plans, let's look at what the data that these major parties are sitting on, what they're showing, what the market is moving towards, and some of the findings here, then it will meant to say, if this is where this is going, and it is not necessarily notified in other jurisdictions because we don't think there's an overlap, but with the data that we have, there might be an overlap, which means that these might be potential competitors, and as a result, it should have been assessed in other areas because the effects will have been felt there because you are, in effect, losing a potential competitor. So this is also the one point that I just want to highlight to say the dynamism also comes into play so that we don't just look at the traditional ways beyond the supply arrangement, beyond the way that the supply arrangement are not necessarily in line with what we do when we assess the measures. There's also a point to say, let's look at what the data is showing in one market to see what is the implication in other markets where it is not necessarily notified because the effects will be felt there because you're actually losing a potential competitor. But because the assessment was done with this narrow focus in mind and it was done in one jurisdiction, then some of these things, and these guys have now expanded across the board. So you find them all over the place. And in actual fact, the effects are being felt now across the board, but they were only done in a particular context because of this static view of the way these things are done. So what are we saying? We're saying that when it comes to mega measures, and these are few and far in between, so they don't happen every day. These are few and far in between. We're actually saying that the current framework, which is looking at it from a point of view of the legal jurisdiction within certain markets, it's not fit for purpose because the supply arrangement are not necessarily done in that particular way. So there's a mismatch where you've got this global footprint, but the assessment is being constrained to a specific jurisdictions. So this has resulted in concentration, and we know that food is important for food security, especially in the light of the global, the climate change's implications. So this is some of the things that are important there. And some of our key recommendation is that there needs to be an ongoing tracking of these cases as well as monitoring the market as well. So the Champa Center has got a program in place where they track some of these things through the anti-monopoly tracker. CRED has done quite a lot of work in also checking the prices and doing a lot of work in the cross-border implication of some of these issues. But at the heart of it is that there needs to be greater cooperation. So, the discussion moves beyond just cooperation, but then what cooperation also helps is that because they are notified in different areas, you might find that the emerging parties are telling different stories across the different jurisdictions. This is where cooperation can fit in that information asymmetry and to be able to know what is the real story. And when some information are being shared in one place to another, then that can be helped to bridge this gap. But clearly there's a need to then rethink about how these things are being assessed, given the supply logistics that are being used by these global emerging parties, because currently some of these issues are not being picked up because the traditional tools that are used to assess traditional measures are also used when these mega measures are being assessed, and the effects have got far more great implication, especially in food, which is an important component given food security issues, given climate changes, and given all of these issues. So I think we just need to rethink about how we deal with them, and these are some of the lessons that we're taking through to say, because we now have got a bit of more information, how do you then take some of these issues forward? I mean, I know there was a discussion yesterday to say some of these issues are better dealt with at the regional level, some of at the continental level, and we're saying to say, on top of that, some of these issues need a global, collaboration. You need different institutions to collaborate to see what's the bigger picture, how does this impact globally, and how to then make sure that every place where there's a potential effect is being taken into account whilst not losing the bigger picture. Because if you just do a nationality point of view with the national jurisdiction in mind, we're going to perpetuate this issue and not pick up some of the issues that are coming across. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arthur. Okay, and our final speaker is Carissa Mutu Padiachine, who has co-authored a paper with Nawabiza Nonjenja. Her paper is entitled Making Markets Work for Women Smallholder Vegetable Farmers in South Africa. Welcome, Carissa.
And good afternoon to everyone. So thank you to the Competition Commission for the opportunity to present this paper. This is a paper that I co-authored with Nobisa Nonjenja, and it's titled Making Markets Work for Women Small Vegetable Farmers in South Africa. This project, or the study rather, forms part of a multi-year research study which FID conducted in collaboration with Conceptual. And the objective of the study was really to understand what are the barriers to entry being faced by smallholder farmers in the vegetable value chain, and specifically women smallholder farmers. And the idea was to look at the challenges that these farmers face and try and understand what are the implications for their participation and what are the interventions that need to be implemented to make markets work to their benefit. So why smallholder farmers matter? So in terms of vegetable farmers, they are essential for food security and job creation. Vegetables are grown throughout the country, and they are an important food item to most South Africans, South African households. Within the vegetable value chain, you have a few large commercial farmers, and then you have this multitude of smallholder farmers who continue to find it difficult to operate within this value chain due to various barriers to entry. Now, these barriers to entry for women smallholder farmers in particular are more pronounced. So they continue to face the same challenges as men, but they also face systemic issues and barriers to entry related to insecure access to land, finance, and they also shoulder childcare and household responsibilities, which means that their time is quite limited to invest in their farms. So what that means is that many smallholder women farmers end up being confined to low-value markets. So in terms of our research approach, we conducted over 30 semi-structured interviews with input suppliers, farmers, market agents, and retailers. The farmers were located mostly in Gauteng and Limpopo, and we used a purposive sampling technique targeted at women-led firms in order to try and apply a gender lens to the study, to try and identify what are the issues pertaining to women in particular. Now, during the course of our study, the Commission launched the Fresh Produce Market Inquiry, and this actually provided quite a comprehensive perspective on what was happening within the fresh produce value chain. And in a way, our study overlapped with the Fresh Produce Market Inquiry in a number of aspects. And the inquiry put forward a number of recommendations, 31, I think, to be exact, and these recommendations were quite long-term in nature. And so in this study, what I do is, in this presentation is what I do is I'm going to discuss the findings of our study, and then I will touch on what the Commission's recommendation was on that particular issue, given that it was more of a long-term structural recommendation. And then I'll also discuss the short-term interventions, which we say can help farmers on the ground in the shorter term.
So this is the vegetable value chain, and it begins with input suppliers. So input suppliers are your suppliers of seed, fertilizers, fungicides, pesticides, and equipment. And farmers use these inputs to produce their crop. So the crop is then grown, harvested, and then they have several markets in which they can sell this produce to. So they can sell directly to the end consumer. They can sell to informal markets, which includes your hawkers and your informal traders, or they can sell to formal markets, which we say are your supermarkets and your national fresh produce markets. Within this value chain, there are a number of key challenges, and this includes access to inputs and infrastructure, access to finance, access to supermarkets, and access to national fresh produce markets. And I'll go through each of these in turn. So in terms of inputs and infrastructure, access to land, as you know, is necessary. It's a necessary input into farming, but it's not sufficient on its own. Most of the smallholder farmers who we interviewed struggled to use their land efficiently, and that was really tied to the fact that they lacked essential infrastructure such as irrigation systems, greenhouses, shade nets, and cold storage facilities, which are really critical for maximizing their productivity and ensuring year-round supply. Farming is inherently capital intensive, and so other issues that came up in our study were around the rising input costs related to seeds and fertilizers. For women in particular, though, in terms of inputs and infrastructure, although they may have had access to land, they often did not own the land, and the land was either leased to a male relative or husband, or the land or the title deed was in their husband's names. And that makes it difficult for them in other aspects in terms of accessing finance, to buy the necessary inputs and infrastructure to invest in their farms. So in terms of recommendations, the Commission put forward recommendations for fertilizer in terms of supporting the local domestic fertilizer industry, as well as making seeds available to smallholder farmers. Our recommendation was really more around incentivizing farmer cooperatives to bulk buy. And in this way, this can be done by offering them low interest loans and discounted prices when they bulk buy. Now, for women in particular, that's really important, because when they struggle to access finance through the cooperative, they would also be able to get the inputs at a much cheaper price. The other benefits of a well-functioning cooperative is that you have the opportunity and the potential for there to be knowledge sharing and training, which most women struggle to get. So once you have access to inputs and infrastructure, you also need access to finance. And for smallholder farmers, they really rely on their personal funds, loans from families, informal loans. And that's not to say that government support is not available. Government support is available, but they find it challenging to access. And that's really linked to this issue of needing to have collateral to access financing. They lack some business skills in terms of having up-to-date financial statements or bookkeeping skills. They also find the application processes to be quite complex and bureaucratic. Now, there is a need for continued patient finance, which is long-term, low-interest funding, tailored to the agricultural cycles of farmers. But what's also important is that these funding programs need to take into account that women farmers often don't have collateral. So this means that they're unable to then access that finance. And so the Commission also recognized that there was a need to fast track the implementation of the blended finance scheme. And so over and above, having tailored financial products that have some flexibility around issues on collateral, there's also a need to streamline application processes for farmers, making it easier for them to access financing, and also make available financial literacy programs. And this is especially important for women where there is this knowledge gap. So once you have access to finance, farmers need a market, and supermarkets for farmers are seen as a valuable route to market. So supermarkets, however, impose stringent quality standards and certification requirements on farmers, and one of which is global gap. Now, global gap, to give you context, at a minimum can cost 70,000 Rand, which for most smallholder farmers can be difficult for them to afford. It's not to say that these requirements are bad in any way. These requirements, the quality standards and certifications are needed by supermarkets, but more needs to be done to assist smallholder farmers to be able to access supermarkets as a route to market. I think the Commission also recognized this within their recommendations, and they put forward that the supply development programs need to be strengthened for smallholder farmers. Women farmers, however, I think the additional issue here is around their time and flexibility. So you need supply development programs to be able to offer them offtake agreements and support in terms of funding to get inputs. And this would go a long way to make these accessible to women. But it still impose fair and standardized terms on them. Policymakers could also try and incentivize your supermarkets to try and compel more inclusive sourcing at supermarkets. So if smallholder farmers can't access supermarkets, they can also access national fresh produce markets. Now, national fresh produce markets historically were created to support smallholder farmers, but they've become a market of last resort. And this has been tied to price volatility and uncertainty at these markets. And most of this is also connected to the role of the market agent. From our interviews, what we know is that market agents decide who they purchase and take produce from. And what we found is that from the interviews, those that had positive experiences were able to nurture those relationships with market agents. And so there's a certain level of bias on the part of market agents in terms of who they preference in the market. And so there's these governance and transparency issues within national fresh produce markets. But for women in particular, it means that they could be open to further discrimination because they may not have the time to nurture relationships with market agents, get to the market on time to do so due to childcare and other household responsibilities. And so the Commission put forward a number of recommendations around trying to improve governance and transparency at the national fresh produce markets. And we concur with these recommendations and say that you do need this transparency, especially within and for agent-farmer relationships. So what were the key takeaways? The key takeaways for us is that smallholder farmers continue to be marginalized within the fresh produce value chain. But more importantly, access is not only just about entry, it's also about the sustainability and competitiveness of that entry. The FPMI proposed a number of key recommendations for this value chain, and we've also proposed some short-term interventions. But I think what's really important here is that there has to be gender-responsive interventions. If there aren't, there's a risk that potentially women farmers could be left behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carissa. I will now hand over to the discussants. If you could keep your discussion to 5 minutes for each paper. We'll first start with Professor Boshoff. Please join me in welcoming him.
Yeah, I'm just going to stand here. Please make a noise if I speak too long. So good afternoon, everybody, and thanks for the opportunity to discuss these three very interesting papers. I'm going to start with the last one, if you don't mind, but just because the way I've read it. So Carissa, Carissa's paper, as you have heard, I mean, it is one that's generated within CRED, which is by now, I think, deservedly has an excellent reputation for its work around value chain. So I am always a little bit careful when I offer my comments, because obviously this is an area where I haven't worked on much. If I look at the paper, it seems to be split. It is split into two parts. So there is a problems part and there's a solutions part. Right? So on the problems part, I think the paper delivers well. I think, it sets out a great number of requirements that commercial enterprises have to meet in order to succeed in these markets, and I think that is well described. On the solutions part, I think I would push back a little bit. I think one should ask what outcomes you want. And you're thinking about those outcomes, you need to think about commercial realities. And these two things are in tension almost. So you need scale. You need scale in modern commercial farming, but you also want entry. This is the conundrum. So do you want a large number of new entrants? Probably not. But you want, I think in your last slide you said it well, you want sustainable entry. So, I'm wondering, you don't need to you can't solve the scale problem by telling retailers to buy from a large number of smaller players. It becomes difficult because there are, of course, a host of reasons they're doing that. They're purchasing from big ones, right? So, one set of solutions, and perhaps you have considered that, again, it might be reflective of my limited understanding, is how does one create collectives of these small farms? How do you perhaps pool them in some way? Because farming is a fixed cost business. The number of commercial farmers have declined over time because you need scale. So how can you help the small, in this case, women farmers to overcome that scale issue if you can try and combine them somehow in a larger entity of some sort? And there, of course, you need some public-private cooperation of sorts, because the government's not going to help you better run a farm or a farming operation. So I think one should probably explore, if you think about these issues and problems which has been very well described, how could one creatively think about such a solution rather than very strict kind of interventions in the ways in which almost putting the burden on the supermarkets to then develop the suppliers, which might be you can't hear me, all right, to develop the supply. I think that is possibly problematic. So that's maybe one thing to think about, Carousel. Let me just leave it at that, because I think it's obviously a complicated area that you know better than I do, but that would just be my consideration with it. So that you don't just take the recommendations from the inquiry, but actually think about other possible ways of addressing the problem. Okay. The next one is the paper by Professor Msweli. Thank you for that. This is fascinating. So the AFCFTA is obviously, I think, a very important development that we want in terms of, from a competition perspective, to enhance intra-regional dynamism, but also then, of course, boost the position of African producers internationally. And indeed, there is an important literature on whether and how trade agreements actually shape outcomes, market outcomes, and what is the mediating role that institutional issues and so on can play in shaping that. So for me, I offer two, again, general observations, because I know you're probably working from a different angle than I'm used to. So take it from that. So I think the first possible enhancement of the paper could be just describing more extensively what's the nature of intra-regional and kind of external maize production and trade patterns. You do so at a relatively high level. You describe some of them in what you refer to as key finding 1. But I think it would be useful to unpack heterogeneity between countries, within countries, because ultimately we are trying to enhance the ability of small, medium-sized, large African enterprises to perform, to to perform better in these markets. So I think describing where we are and describing the export patterns will actually be a useful contribution or addition to the paper. But then secondly, and this is a more broader point, and this is of course, as some of my colleagues would say, a cheap comment, because I don't write the paper, I can say anything right. So I think the key challenge is reflecting what lessons do we think we can draw from a grouping such as BRICS, which is a quite different grouping to the grouping of countries captured or described by the AFCFTA. The BRICS grouping involves much less alignment. You could just look at how our own country approaches Chinese imports of certain types to understand that there's not as much alignment within BRICS as you would have certainly under a free trade agreement of the type that the AFCFTA has in mind. So we need to think about, and I'm sure there are, but what do we learn from the BRICS countries that can be usefully applied? So that almost pushes you then to individual country-specific initiatives, and one might explore what that means, and how that could then be emulated within the broader AFCFTA region. I think those would be my observations about Professor Msweli's paper. The third one, Grace, your paper on the cross-border markets concentration, specific in relation to certain food value chains, you focus on poultry. I think, again, obviously, clearly, a very carefully written paper, clearly part of that larger research program I've described at CRED with Simon and others. So Grace gives us a well-considered exposition of certain value chains, and then she also offers us a case study of a particular form of anti-competitive behavior with that margin squeeze foreclosure example. So I would make kind of three just observations. The one is your emphasis is on cross-border, but I think you need to unpack the cross-border nature of the markets a bit more. I do see the benefit of relying on different types of approaches, the GFC literature, standard competition economics, and so on. But I think it's necessary, nevertheless, to think a little bit about what are these markets and why are they cross-border in nature? Because you rely a lot on that in terms of making the arguments. I think it would enhance your contribution if you look at the markets that's implied at each level and the geographic scope in each. That was something I was looking for. I think secondly, unpacking the scope would also help us understand the foreclosure. Because my immediate question as a competition economist, if you explain the margin squeeze, which is a very creative and I think very interesting application. So I really like the way you look at the other data and then apply it to the dominant firm. It's just the question is, of course, well, why would it make sense for them to do that, right? And that needs to be answered by looking at the markets. So one would want to almost understand, so what happened at the end of 2021 specifically that created this? So why not before? Is it that somehow one of these independents started really infringing on the market share of the dominant supplier or not? What happened slightly thereafter? Perhaps data is always an issue, but perhaps you can explore a little bit on that helps us to understand the foreclosure argument, and it kind of helps you make your case about cross-border, the importance of cross-border markets. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Professor Boshoff. Okay, we're going to hand over to Yongama Njisane, who will give his thoughts on the last paper.
Is it on? Oh, okay. All right, good afternoon, everyone. I probably don't need the mic as much. I'm naturally loud. So I'll give my thoughts on the paper that Arthur put together with Simon. And I mean, I think the paper raises a very important question, which I think for all of us, even as regulators, we should be asking ourselves, which is really about how does regional or global market power find expression in local markets? And how does measure control respond to that in light of the kind of regulatory design which necessitates looking at domestic markets? I think this is the real question that I understand you to be asking. And this is an important issue because, of course, as global measures are becoming a kind of a more common occurrence, and I think, as everyone has recognized here, the movement towards the African Continental Free Trade Agreement or Free Trade Area is also accelerating. I think we are likely to be seeing more and more of these. So it's an important question to ask. So I think that there's great value in that sense. I think you correctly recognize the constraint around the kind of legislative design. And so I think as authorities, then we ask ourselves then, what then do we do? If the laws are designed such that we must look at domestic issues, how do we deal with this? So you spell out the issue, and perhaps something to consider here in the case studies that you've used. I think there's a little bit more that perhaps we could add to try and frame what the problem is. So you talk about the fact that firms have this regional strategy, and I think that's part of the problem, but also part of the solution. So the strategic thrust for the acquisition may be regional in nature, which means you need to be able to understand what the strategic intent is, but also understand how that then is leveraged into the domestic economy and the impact it has in your domestic markets. Perhaps there's something there that I think in the case study selection that you've done, there's something there to perhaps expand to build the business case for the problem. But also in terms of it being a solution, I think it's an important question for us to understand what the strategic imperative for the transactions are, because in terms of the answers, I think there are really realistically two things which I think you point out, and they are correct. One is, how do we then frame our theories of harm, right? And so understanding the regional strategy that underpins the transaction becomes an important starting point in helping us to frame the theory of harm that we'll be seeing. So for an example, there may be scale economies that rest elsewhere. There might be vertical integration that rests elsewhere. How does it play itself out in terms of its impact in our domestic economy? And so how do we think about how we shape our theories of harm, I think is an important thing to point out. The second solution you propose, which I also think is important, but perhaps there's something there to try and expand on a little bit, is this idea of cooperation, and I think everyone has spoken about cooperation here. And one of the things that tends to perhaps get missed in the solution around you need to cooperate more is really trying to elucidate what is the nature of cooperation that we're seeing here. Because that also has realistic or practical implications for how we do our work. So for an example, we could probably cooperate in so far as we exchange ideas around theories of harm, we talk to each other as authorities, and we try to see where there are commonalities in terms of the theories of harm that we're pursuing and the gaps that we can close. But there might be issues, for an example, around sharing of confidential information, which may limit the ability, so the domestic ability to be able to actually process some of the issues that are identified. There might be questions around kind of the institutional tools and institutional mechanisms that can facilitate that cooperation. And so I think maybe there's something there to dig a little bit more in order to make the solutions also applicable and workable in real life. Then there's another aspect, and perhaps this is the last thought from me. There's another aspect that I think is worth thinking about, and now this is really taking our current context and the world we're going into. And so in the kind of fractured world that we find ourselves in now, and kind of the upheaval in the trade sphere, and how the kind of redesign of the trade sphere is now having implications for competition enforcement, and I think we've thought about it in terms of abuse of dominance and those kind of things, where, for an example, if you look at the kind of negotiations between the EU and the US, we're now bringing competition rules on the table as part of trade negotiations. It's starting off on abuse, but what does it mean for measure control, right? And as countries are becoming more, I suppose, inward-looking and nationalistic, to what extent, how do we foster cooperation? I think is the other question we need to ask ourselves. How do we foster cooperation in a fractured world such as we currently find ourselves in? And that has implications for the kind of, the kind of assistance we can be able to give each other. So I think there's a little bit more that needs to be done in trying to make the proposed solutions real and workable beyond just saying cooperation, and that is the answer. So I think that is roughly it from my side, but it is a very good paper, very interesting, and thanks to everyone on the stage. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you, Yongama. We have time for questions. So if you have a question, anyone in the audience, if you can, please raise your hand. If you require a microphone, it will be handed to you. Please, can you also indicate who your question is directed to, please?
My question is for the last paper. I was just curious about the Poultry merger and why you think that's relevant for your paper. Because you seem to be making a point there more about potential competition and the insights that one jurisdiction might draw from findings about potential competition or competition in another jurisdiction, but it's not clear to me why that implies regional evaluation of a merger.
Thank you very much for these very insightful presentations. I enjoyed all of them myself. And I think they are quite on point, by the way. So I just have one question, maybe for each, right, for each speaker. For Prof. Nsweli, just on this idea of a grain exchange, are you able to expand on it and maybe the feasibility of it could be in the BRICS, could be in the developing world, given the other existing exchanges at this moment, right? And to grace, the idea you ask here about, broader conception of power and harm. I don't know whether are you able to, because this is because we do have a lot of legal instruments, right, around, on the continent. Laws are there, and these laws are not changing anytime soon. So what do you have in mind? Because maybe this could be developed in cases, but maybe still within the constraints of the laws, existing laws. But maybe if you can, help us a bit them. And with Arthur, thank you very much, for your observations. The question I've always had is, and when I look at the framework, you say, well, South Africa looks at the effects, doesn't look at Zambia and other places, but COMESA does look. When COMESA looks, it's not finding a problem. South Africa is not finding a problem. The EU is not finding a problem. Everybody else is not finding a problem. So how should we be dealing with this issue? Because we are not going to have a global authority. Because all of these cases that we have dealt with in the food spaces, in the food market, they have been considered in leading jurisdictions. And I know there's a criticism that maybe South Africa, we should have challenged Measure X, right? But those measures looked at by other authorities, the EU in particular, have been approved. What is left of South Africa when Bayer merges with Monsanto? What can South Africa do? So I just need to get some insights from you on this, on your observations. And with Carissa, of course, I was the chair of the Fresh Produce Market Inquiry, so it's a very interesting that the academics are looking at this work and they are finding the work very useful. So we do appreciate the further consideration of this. Just on, it's really questions, two questions, because they are outstanding, so there are issues that the inquiry could not resolve. Right, so issues around, the conduct of the agents. I think the market, there are still a lot of other things happening in the markets. So I don't know whether you have been able to look deeper into those. But the last point on access to markets, and the discussant is raising this. I think all channels are important, and all channels should be accessible, including the retail channel. And our observation is that the retail channel is a very important channel, but it's not accessible. So I think the issue of access to markets, to me, it still should be a bigger issue. And I think you are flagging it here in your paper, vis-a-vis women. And I think we should take this very, very seriously, and see how do we enable and challenge these retailers to support these farmers. So thank you very much. Those are the questions.
Thank you very much. I think let's pause and allow for answers, and then we will do another round. So firstly, Professor Boshoff's first question. Panel.
Thank you, Prof, for that question. So I think what we're trying to do with that example is to say, when one jurisdiction doesn't pick up the potential competitiveness of a specific measure and everyone else follows in that suit, I think this is where the gap is. So we're trying to identify, to say, because one, large jurisdiction, for lack of a better word, didn't think there was an issue here, everyone followed suit. But had it been thought in the context to say, what if we look at from a potential point of view, what is the implications for other jurisdictions, given that these guys have got a global footprint, but because of the way the market was segmented, that's where everyone stopped in a way. So I think that's the point that we're trying to make, to say, because it was almost taken to say, the CMA found this, so it means they're correct and no one else has to look at it from that context. So I think that's the point that we're trying to make. So maybe we can make it a bit more clearer, but that is the context.
Very much, Arthur. All right, and then over to the questions that the Deputy Commissioner, Mr. Rachisusu, raised. If we can first start with, who was first? Yes, it was Grace, and then we'll go to Arthur, then Carissa, and then Prof. Pumela. So, Grace, your thoughts?
Sure, thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you for the question. I think that's quite pertinent because I wasn't able to expand on it in the presentation. And as you rightly so say, there's frameworks, regulations, rules that won't necessarily be changed in the immediate future. So what does that mean in terms of broader conceptions of power? From the literature that I looked at, I'll give an example to explain it easier. One of the areas of power or forms of power that I considered was institutional power. This is in the context of global value chains. And this form of power essentially considers how groups of firms can leverage government regulations, for example, to extract rents or capture value or create value, right? And from the countries that I looked at, one of the issues that came up is this issue of export restrictions on a commodity such as soya, which is valuable, highly traded across the region, and crucial for this value chain. But the issue became, well, if you restrict the exports, then for some countries that are importers of that, it's like an artificial shortage. But there were a few groups of companies that were included in how these restrictions come about. And so this actually links to Prof. Boshov's question around what happened in 2021. And so what happened in 2021 is that there was an export restriction that was imposed in Zambia. And so this enabled a few group of companies to start to control and speculate what would happen in the market. So that was then leveraged in the poultry value chain at a regional level to say, well, there's a shortage of soya now, so the price is just going to be driven up. And this finding was then translated into the Kenyan feed inquiry, where the Kenyan producers were actually harmed by that. So almost like an artificial shortage, but yet there were some exports that were taking place subsequently into deep sea markets. So it was the ability for these companies to use these institutional arrangements to their own advantage to then capture rents in different markets across the region. So broader conceptions of power would then mean that competition authorities won't necessarily change their regulations for each of these things, but to be aware that companies are involved in some of these decisions that take place. They're aware of how they can extract rents from even regulations that are imposed by governments themselves. Issues like that, I think, would be useful in considering conduct or harm in specific markets. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Grace. You can clap if you like the answer. Okay, over to you, Arthur.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner, for that question. So ideally, there should be a global measure review, but as you pointed out, that might take some time. But I think practically what can be done at this point in time, specifically on when the theories are being crafted, the theories of harm are being crafted, it's a change of ideas to say, we know the impact will be beyond specific jurisdictions. So how do we bring together the different institutions? So ideally, when AFTA is set up and there's that way to then collaborate with other institutions in the EU and so forth to say, although we still have the legal jurisdiction restrictions, how do we then ensure that the global impact is being assessed across the board? So we're not necessarily losing the nuances that may come across this. And that could, at this point in time, before we get to the global major review, we can almost use that to almost make sure that we're all on the same page, and any dynamics that might not necessarily be picked up from this national jurisdiction point of view are then discussed at that point in time to say, how do you then frame it in such a way that we're taking into account all the effects, even some of them are beyond our jurisdictions, but we try to make sure that the effects are not necessarily being, not necessarily done in a way that at the later stage we'll think that only if we had looked at it from a point of view, we might have taken into account all of those things. So I think that greater collaboration, notwithstanding what Nyongama said about the legal restrictions, issues of confidentiality, but I think the change of ideas in terms of theories of harm, where some of these nuances are lying, and where some of these, supply arrangements, which might not necessarily be clear, because some of them might have holding companies, some of them subsidiaries, and all of this. And so it's just to make sure that we're all on the same page. And I think there are forums like that, where there are always these interactions, and we could take that to make it more practical when we are faced with such measures. And then I think that will then hopefully have a better outcome up until a point where we've got this global review of measures that will take place.
Thanks a lot, Arthur. Is Carissa still online? Would you like to share your answers, Carissa?
Yes, thank you for the question. So in terms of whether further research is being done, so we are in the process of doing that at the moment. And that paper will be released at the end of this year in December. So keep an eye on that. It should be on the CRED website. In terms of the issue about supermarkets, and I think you're right, Deputy Commissioner, in that all routes to market should be accessible for smallholder farmers. I think what we didn't intend is to come across in this paper was that supermarkets should shoulder the burden for all smallholder farmers and that they should shoulder this burden alone. It's to say rather that supermarkets are a valuable route to market. They're reliable, they're consistent markets. And so it's that they have the ability to do more. And I think the issue here is that in terms of supplier development programs, they're often very limited in scale and scope. And these supplier development programs are kind of crafted as corporate social responsibility initiatives, but perhaps should be seen as a core retail strategy to include smallholder farmers within the supermarket. And I understand that there are commercial interests associated with that and issues around that. But it's almost to see it as an investment into the smallholder farmer because that investment will yield a return for the supermarket. And so, and that's why it's also a question of what more can be done to try and incentivize supermarkets to do more. Is there space for government to get involved to help with the issue? And so supermarkets are an important route to market and should be accessible to smallholder farmers. Thank you.
Thank you, Carissa. Over to you, Prof. Phumela.
Yes, thank you, Prof. Jashisusu, for your question, and thank you for your comments, Prof. Bishop. Well, firstly, I think if you want to develop a grain exchange, the first thing you want to think about is building capacity. And I'm now not just talking from a competition regulatory point of view, I'm talking from the point of view of the very reason why AFCFTA was established and the BRICS cooperation, why is it so important, this cooperation? If it's to build capacity, there's lessons we can learn from BRICS just by doing a few things. The first one is to develop a grain market information system where we think about forecasting the production, the availability, the utility, the demand, the supply of grain throughout BRICS countries and African countries. And so far with AFCFTA, we've been speaking amongst ourselves, not really taking this information to where it's needed, the SMMEs. And if we want to change the unemployment trajectory, the GDP, the inclusive growth trajectory, we need to build capacity of private enterprises. And that private sector requires mechanisms such as cooperatives. So this grain exchange can be built by promoting developments such as a certified grain warehouse and build capacity around that and have advocacy that reaches the people that need it more to secure the grain and to secure feed and other inputs that grain facilitates. And other than that, we really need to revisit the cooperative infrastructure in South Africa, because so far we are not leveraging on the ability of a cooperative to assist in cooperation, in collaboration. And I see opportunity of a grain exchange infrastructure developed using cooperatives, market information systems, capacity building. Yeah.
Thanks very much, Prof. Okay, so we have around 10 minutes still left. So if there are any other questions from the audience, we do have time. Any other questions?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, please go ahead.
Hi. Thank you to the panel. My name is Tabi Soposo. I'm from the Competition Tribunal. My question is to the professor. Thank you, Professor, for the presentation. In your presentation, you mentioned trade creation and trade divergence, and I think you mentioned using the quantitative research using AFDB, African Development Data, from 2020 to 2024. The question that I have is, what informed, it's a 5-year period, 2020 to 24. I'm just curious as to what informed a 5-year period over, say, a longer period. I do get that the free trade agreements was implemented in 2019, I think, but you're welcome to correct me. I think the first actual shipment, though, was last year in January, the 31st of January. So I'm just interested in finding out the time period, what informed the time period. I think also, just on that, you do have countries that trade through AFCFTA under that agreement, and there's also countries in Africa that trade under other free trade agreements, such as the SADC or the EAC. How is it, or how are you able to distinguish or differentiate which agreements was used to trade? Are these countries trading under AFCFTA agreements or under SADC protocol or EAC? And I think just the last question is, since you started, the data starts in 2020, how did you account for, say, structural changes or base effects, given that that time you might have a low base effects because of COVID-19? So by virtue of your findings, there would potentially be, they might distort the conclusion. But yeah, I think that's just what I'm interested in, the quantitative stuff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So what we did, we looked at the secondary data provided by a number of authors that use computable general equilibrium modeling. And the time period between 2020 and 2024 was determined precisely for the reasons that you have mentioned, that the agreement was assented to in 2019. But what we have noticed, because, and which touches on question 2 and 3, the intra-Africa trade didn't take place for the first time in 2019. It took place long before that. So the 5 regional economic communities, such as EA, East African Community, COMESA, etc., were the building blocks of that. And there has been quite a strong trend, upward trajectory in terms of intra-regional community trade, number 1 being East African communities. They have really integrated better than most of us. SADC, we know that it trades largely with the US and with Europe and Asia. So the analysis that we did is not just AFCFTA, but it is a combination of, we looked at a combination of studies, capturing the welfare effects of different regions. And our observation was informed the results that we discussed.
Excellent. Thank you, Professor. We're going to move on to concluding remarks. Tandona, please go ahead. We can allow one more question.
I'll be quite brief. My question is to Grace. Grace, on this chart of yours, and you might have said it, but maybe just to clarify, what explains this kind of moment round about mid-2021 where you see the jumps? I mean, explanation that you see for why you kind of have this big jump in the comparative prices for day-old chicks, and then, of course, the corresponding maybe lagged jump in the broiler feed prices, etc. Was there anything in particular that happened in the region or in a particular country that kind of gave rise to that? I might have missed it earlier. And then just a quick comment. I mean, on your paper, Arthur, I mean, it's interesting that I think the power framework that Grace refers to, the kind of Dallas-Ponte-Sturgeon one of those blocks in that quadrant also deals with this issue of constitutive power. this kind of collective action. You know, when society, like in Europe, says we collectively want greener production for the future of our kids, kind of thing. And similarly, the AFCFTA, in a sense, presents an opportunity for establishment of kind of really strong constitutive power as it relates to mega mergers, but also trade-related barriers that restrict competition in the region. And so I think there's going to come a time where that framework will help us explain and point to ways to deal with mega transactions. And so, for instance, the ways in which, when these transactions are announced, you could set up as authorities that there will be certain types of information, certain types of posturing, even by authorities, when these transactions are coming to say, Africa is looking at this. And you might even have certain different kind of pragmatic, creative ways of having collective information revealed by the firms about a continental impact of a merger like this. COMESA could obviously do it much more easily because they can ask for that sort of information. Lastly, I think at the level of individual authorities, for instance, South Africa, I think we can go further. I mean, I've sat on a couple of these SABIC type transactions. We could go further in terms of the information we ask on net exports and that of the firm. So we usually say, they don't have a lot of presence, it's a highly competitive global market, and we close it off. And I realize the kind of egg is on our face as well on this. But we could ask for information and reveal that in reasons to simply contextualize the firms that we're dealing with, because that information then builds this kind of collective understanding in the continent of these mega mergers. I think information is really key, because I think you make the important point that there's a divide and conquer that they do, right? Zambia simply doesn't know what was said to Zimbabwe when these mergers are filed, and then we're kind of none the wiser, because I think that's a really important point. Yeah, let me leave it there. Thanks.
Thanks, Thando. So over to you, Grace, and then Arthur.
Sure. Thanks, Thando, for that question. It's actually very interesting. So I'll go back 3 years prior to this is when Zambia really comes up as this hub where there are these investments that are taking place into day-old chick supply in Zambia. And then that is followed by, so there's investments taking place, production grows quite dramatically, followed by significant exports into the region. Just before you see the price increases in the day-old chicks in Zambia is when a merger was concluded between Aviagen and Aviagen and I forget the other company, but essentially one of the main suppliers for day-old chicks buys up capacity in Zambia. Following that merger is when you start to see these significant price increases. And that is then linked to also, because of the links to the soya processing and to the feed production, the feed prices also see then the subsequent increases. So in terms of the day-old chicks, Malawi's prices are already quite stagnant at this very high level. So they are already receiving discriminatory prices from Zambia. And then this followed on, you can see the sharp increase in Kenya as well. And then Zambian producers also started to experience this. So the moment that I pinpoint here is where the merger was concluded, which then led to the subsequent increases.
Excellent. Thank you, Grace.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Vilakazi, for that comment. And I think that's precisely the point, that there is scope, even within the current context, to do a bit more and to ask the questions, because I think what you are trying to do is to highlight, to say this is where the problem lies, and perhaps even with the current context, there's more that could be done to be able to make sure that we understand the dynamics that are at play. So I think that's an important point that will actually furthermore elaborate on, and then include in some of our combinations in line of other comments as well. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much for your questions. So in conclusion, some concluding remarks. The research certainly highlights the importance of a farmer-centric, the need for a farmer-centric solutions to address competition issues in the agricultural sector, and that includes the design of supplier development programs. Those must address the farmers' needs so that they can grow and remain sustainable. Also, the increasing importance of considering cross-border implications of agricultural mergers, a regional perspective of the firm's activities and cross-border value chains. The African Continental Free Trade Area Protocol of Competition Policy might just be the strategic policy lever to unlock a coordinated framework or platform for competition authorities in Africa to manage issues with a continental scope, and likewise similar protocols in the BRICS and other continents could achieve the same. I want to thank the speakers, our thought leaders, and also the discussants for your knowledge sharing. It moves us forward. And we've now come to the end of the session. It is almost 1:30, so we're right on time for lunch. If you can, please join us after lunch back here at 2:30 for the final panel sessions. Thank you very much for your participation.
These large levels of inequalities and the fact that it's growing, and that's why there's all this anger towards immigrants, but actually it's just the levels of inequality that's increasing. Yeah. All the time, like we're not the problem. It's for that to happen. 100%. That's what he says. You should watch it. I mean, so. What do you mean? The lunch. I'll try. I don't promise. No, I mean, I didn't say that's what he said. I'm just saying, like, it's like similar things. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for choosing this session. Thank you for choosing this session. I know there are a few competing sessions, but you decided to choose the best one, and we really appreciate that. And we promise that indeed it will be a very interesting session. We will be talking about public interest, the new amendments, which are a talk of a town. And I have at least 6 candidates, I'll call them candidates, or 6 speakers who will be sharing their experiences and their papers with us. We have one who will be joining online. You will not see them here. And there are others who co-authored the papers with the other colleagues, and they are not sitting here. So we will start with the first presenter, Londiwe Sinona. She promised that she knows that it's after lunch. She will do her best to keep each and every one of us awake with the discussion of her paper, which is titled The Evolving Landscape of Public Interest in BRICS Competition Law, a New Paradigm for Development. So help me to introduce to you Londiwe, and let us welcome her with a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you, Themba, and good afternoon, everyone. I hope I will deliver to keep you awake after what is hopefully a nice lunch that you've already had. As Themba has mentioned, the title of my paper is Public Interest, the Evolution of Public Interest within the original BRICS nations. So my paper explores public interest from the lens of the original BRICS nation, that is Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, and how public interest is leveraged as a strategic tool for development. I begin by considering what the concept of public interest entails, what does it mean, and why does it matter. Next, I zoom in on why public interest is especially critical for developing economies where inclusive growth and equity remain urgent priorities. The core of the paper examines how public interest considerations are integrated into competition law across the BRICS nations, highlighting both common approaches and unique national adaptations. I also confront the tension between competition policy and foreign direct investment, which is a delicate balancing act faced by all the 5 countries. Finally, the paper draws on cross-country lessons, offering key insights and recommendations for policy and enforcement across the BRICS bloc and beyond. So what is public interest? The point has been emphasized, I think, throughout this conference, that the lens in which public interest should be viewed is not different from efficiency, and the fact that there shouldn't be a friction between industrial policy and competition law, but instead, competition law should contribute to industrial policy. In essence, public interest prioritizes consumer welfare, equity, and broader socio-economic outcomes. It functions as a microeconomic lever to drive national development, enable inclusive growth, and support structural transformation. Grounded in socio-political and often constitutional principles, public interest is deeply tied to industrial policy goals such as job creation, industrial development, access to essential goods, and market entry for new firms. It also supports SMEs, promotes innovation, and works toward reducing inequality and achieving social justice. In BRICS and other developing countries and developing economies, competition policy cannot operate in isolation. These countries face deep-rooted challenges such as inequality, high unemployment, poverty, and market concentration, which requires more than just promoting efficiency. Public interest considerations transform competition law into a developmental and redistributive tool, aligning it with national priorities and driving inclusive economic growth. So ignoring public interest risks rendering competition law irrelevant in the face of pressing socio-economic needs. When embedded with policy frameworks, public interest ensures that competition law supports job creation, SME development, and greater global competitiveness, making it such a legal tool, not just a legal tool, but a catalyst for economic transformation. This is a point that the minister, in his opening address, aptly drove home, where he said that we are in an era of structural shocks, and this requires that competition policy needs to be transformative and also focuses on developmental goals. So now looking at the various approaches in the BRICS, I'll start with South Africa. It's worth highlighting that South Africa's competition policy is uniquely shaped by its apartheid history and the enduring need for economic redress. Public interest is embedded in the law not as a secondary concern, but as a primary instrument to address structural inequality, economic exclusion, and monopolistic legacies. The Competition Act explicitly supports inclusive growth, redistributive justice, and broad-based participation, especially for HDPs and SMEs. Secondly, the 2019 amendments significantly expanded the public interest mandates, going beyond merger control and exemptions to include price discrimination and buyer power provisions, all aimed at empowering small players and tackling entrenched market dominance. These changes shifted the focus from market-wide harm to firm-level harm, making it easier for SMEs and HDPs to seek redress and compete on fairer terms. The landmark Mediclinic case confirmed that competition authorities are constitutionally obliged to consider public interest and fundamental rights, such as access to health care, alongside traditional competition matrix. The Constitutional Court emphasized that public interest goals are not peripheral, but central to interpreting and applying the Competition Act. The Walmart-Massmart merger stands as an earlier turning point. The CAC imposed public interest conditions, including supplier development fund and local procurement commitments, to mitigate the impact on domestic supplies from Walmart's global supply chains. Walmart set a precedent for embedding enforceable socio-economic commitments into merger approvals, linking foreign investment to national development priorities. In Brazil, public interest considerations are gaining momentum, particularly in consumer protection. While CADE does not typically impose job preservation remedies, it has become increasingly active in labor market enforcement, following global trends. CADE is tackling wage fixing, no-poach agreements, and anti-competitive HR practices. It recognizes that competitive labor markets are critical to a functioning economy and subject to antitrust scrutiny, elevating worker protection as an emerging public interest priority. Russia's Federal Anti-Monopoly Service, the FAS, operates within a competition framework that explicitly integrates public interest, especially in strategic sectors like defense, energy, natural resources, and technology. Public interest in Russia is closely tied to national security, technological sovereignty, and control of critical infrastructure, often overriding pure market efficiency considerations. The Bayer-Monsanto merger was approved only after imposing significant public interest-based conditions, which included technology transfer obligation to Russian entities. It also included a commitment to localize R&D and innovation, as well as non-discriminatory access to digital platforms and data for Russian agricultural businesses. There's also the Schlumberger EDC deal, which was blocked due to public interest and national security concerns. This case underscored Russia's stance that foreign investment in strategic sectors will be curtailed if it threatens national interest, even in the absence of clear anti-competitive effects. India's Competition Commission balances competition enforcement with broader economic development goals. The law allows the CCI to consider consumer benefits, technical progress, and a merger's contribution to national priorities. This was clearly reflected in the Vodafone merger, where the CCI approved the deal unconditionally, recognizing its potential to enhance digital inclusion, improve service quality, and ensure more balanced competitive landscape against dominant players. Then China, the AML incorporates public interest directly into its legal objectives, blending competition enforcement with industrial policy, state control, and national security. The law empowers authorities to uphold fair market competition while safeguarding key sectors and advancing strategic state interests, particularly in industries dominated by SOEs. Mergers involving foreign investors or strategic sectors are subject to both competition and national security assessments. The State Administration for Market Regulation collaborates with national security bodies to ensure that concentrations do not threaten critical infrastructure or sovereign interests, showing how competition law operates as an instrument of broader statecraft. I will then quickly just touch on the public interest and FDI and competition policy, which I said is quite a critical balance. Because while we can acknowledge that it's quite essential for economic growth in BRICS, it's also quite critical to consider that competition policy must balance its benefits with national development goals. So while FDI brings capital, technology, and jobs, BRICS countries still need to use public interest provisions to ensure that investment supports inclusive, sustainable growth, institutional independence, legal clarity, and transparent guidelines, which are crucial for maintaining investor confidence. Then finally, looking at the cross-learning among BRICS, the BRICS experience reveals that while all members acknowledge the importance of public interest in competition law, there is a pressing need for a more structured, transparent, and context-sensitive approach to the design, implementation, and evaluation of public interest remedies. Diverse institutional models from South Africa explicitly legislated public interest tests to China's strategic sector protections offer valuable insights for reform and innovation. So BRICS countries would benefit from developing clear legislative mandates and detailed guidelines to demystify how public interest factors are weighed in merger reviews and enforcement decisions. India and Brazil, for instance, show the value of publishing reasoned decisions and developing sector-specific guidance, while South Africa demonstrates how codified criteria can strengthen predictability. So there is a need for there's an urgent need to institutionalize ex ante and ex post impact assessments to ensure whether public interest conditions are actually met and achieve the desired impact. South Africa, for example, has a dedicated unit that monitors merger conditions. So much has been said in this conference about the need for evidence-based approach to evaluating the efficacy of remedies and ensuring that remedies are not only complied with, but that they are impactful on the ground. Systemic tracking ensures remedies are not just symbolic, but deliver tangible socio-economic outcomes. Finally, in conclusion, effective public interest enforcement demands cross-agency collaboration. I think this is the point that was emphasized this morning, particularly with industrial policy, labor, academics, trade, and national security bodies. For example, Russia and China demonstrates how coordination with national security frameworks is critical for strategic sectors. Going forward, BRICS must invest in shared capacity building, joint training, and structured platforms for knowledge exchange, including dialogue on best practices, cross-border mergers, and the role of public interest in a changing geopolitical landscape. So stakeholder engagement is quite important, and this includes business, workers, civil society, academics. All of these are part of the ecosystem of ensuring legitimacy and inclusive development. Thank you.
Sorry, Tiro is asking me to moderate from here. It's fine. Thank you, Londi, for an insightful paper. And Londi notes the importance of public interest consideration in designing major remedies and the importance of public interest consideration for major control. But now I'll introduce someone who might have a different perspective. It's Kyla Edenberg. She will be talking to us about, she is asking a question, in fact, are public interest provisions in the public interest? A South African practitioner summary. So let's welcome Kyla. Kyla. You can use this one while we are waiting for Tim.
Great, thank you so much. To introduce myself, my name is Kyla Edenberg, and I look forward to walking you through my paper, which assesses whether or not public interest assessments and considerations in South African merger control are contributing to errors in decision making. And now? Is it working? No? Maybe it's a sign.
You can take mine.
Should I use format?
Okay.
I think we can.
Thank you so much. Yeah. No, that's fine. Thank you. Okay, I'll start again. My name is Kyla Edenberg, and I look forward to presenting my paper, which assesses public interest considerations in the context of South African merger control. It's important to begin by saying this topic is intrinsically sensitive, and the topic or the intention of this paper is not to assess the legitimacy of transformation objectives in South Africa. It is just to assess whether or not the resources allocated towards these transformation objectives are being most efficiently allocated through merger control or competition policy. I will briefly walk you through the outline of this presentation. We'll start by discussing some of the background and literature. Why is this question so important? And why is South Africa so uniquely placed for us to consider this? I will briefly discuss and explain the data set and some preliminary analyses, as well as walk you through the empirical specification and the econometric results. And then we will discuss a brief conclusion. Sorry, there's a bit of a lag here. Okay, so if someone could just press next, this clicker isn't working. So this research was done in response to recent merger retrospectives in both the EU and the US, which found that antitrust authorities are prone to errors in decision-making, but due to time lags, we could only discover these errors quite a long time after implementation of the transaction. And it's important to note that competition policy is intrinsically in the public interest through consumer price proxies and consumer welfare. Okay, please can we go back one? Sorry. Okay. As my colleague Londiwe mentioned, one of the key cases that comes to mind when you think of public interest in South Africa is the Walmart Massmart transaction, which really highlights the importance of public interest and how central it is to the ethos of South Africa, where it is almost effectively given an equal weighting to the competition and substantive assessment in competition policy. This builds on a long-standing body of research, starting in 1983 with Ekbo and Stillman separately, who assessed what drives errors in what drives merger control, and how does this relate to the stock market. Later, Dussault, Nevin, and Roller have developed an approach to assess what affects errors in decision-making, and is this potentially political lobbying, institutional frameworks, and uniquely we suggest that public interest assessments give us a great proxy for the political economy and institutional frameworks, allowing us to apply these models to the South African context. Today, due to time constraints, we will only consider the one hypothesis around public interest criteria, but we did assess further hypotheses assessing the South African competition's benevolency as an agency, so its capacity to be systematically unbiased, whether or not it is prone to lobbying, or whether or not merger firms have a larger impact on the authority's decision than third-party or intervener firms. To the best of our knowledge, this is the largest merger retrospective of its kind in South Africa. Okay. As our colleague again just described to us, it is not unique. Public interest criteria are actually not just unique to South Africa, and this slide is just intended to summarize how actually even the European Union conditions includes scope for public interest criteria. Although, of course, in the South African context, the mandate is much broader, and we've seen our fellow BRICS members have many public interest conditions or considerations. Great. As I described, the merger assessment undergoes effectively an equally weighted assessment, first with the public interest assessment, and secondly, the substantive competition assessment. This places South Africa in a uniquely this allows South Africa to be uniquely and secondly, the substantive competition assessment. This places South Africa in a uniquely an event window closes. And to start, we begin with a 3-day window, so the day before, the day of, and the day after an announcement. And what we're looking for here is any abnormal reactions to the stock price, which might give us information on whether or not the market participants expect this transaction to be anti-competitive, pro-competitive, or competitively neutral. The rest of the timeline indicates an approximate timeline for, say, a phase 1 investigation. And this allows us, giving a 240-day window, to assess whether or not stock prices post-implementation behave as expected or are abnormal to a statistically significant level. Assess whether or not stock prices post-implementation behave as expected or are abnormal to a statistically significant level. It is suggesting that they are expecting to receive abnormal future profits as a result of this transaction, allowing us to anticipate that potentially this transaction is anti-competitive as suggested by the stock market. This is just a high-level graph to show us one randomly selected transaction, and of course we had to do thousands of these, where you can see, it's just a really good example where you can see the stock market's response in the merger announcement. So here you have this first horizontal line. The second one is the pandemic, just to show you the effect on the stock markets and how stock markets respond. But the first line shows us quite a steep incline compared to the benchmark before that. And what that is suggesting is that the stock market is anticipating some kind of change to future profits as a result of this merger announcement. We're not going to go into details of this deal of whether or not Pepkor was the merger parties or the outsider parties, because it's not meant to be a commentary on any one case. We then now have to assess whether or not there are 2 types of errors that an authority can make. And these are quite intuitive. Whether or not they approve a transaction that was anti-competitive or harmful to the consumer, and whether or not they prohibited or blocked a transaction that was pro-competitive or competitively neutral. And here with our dummy variables D and P, we are just looking at what would the benevolent agency do, so the agency that's perfect, and what did the agency actually do? This expands on that definition, but includes our public interest assessment here. So now we are looking at how does the public interest assessment drive these errors. And a reminder, our type 1 error is being that pro-competitive merger that's blocked, and our type 2 error being that anti-competitive merger that's approved. And this gives us an approximate error rate of 27%. So that's 225 mergers out of 225 mergers. One of our first data issues becomes apparent at this stage, where we see a type 1 error. We only have one of these types of errors. So this is insufficient variation in the data for us to make any inference. We then proceed with the type 2 errors, so that's our anti-competitive mergers that are approved. And here we see that there might be some more. But, especially coming from the private sector, I'm not suggesting more mergers should be prohibited. These are the hypotheses empirically specified, and basically what we are saying, again, we're just focusing on that one hypothesis, is we're looking at the probability of this error occurring. And now, again, we're not suggesting more transactions should be prohibited. We're looking at a subset of transactions which are identified as errors. So it's of these errors, what's driving them. Here we present a high level of the probit estimation, which includes year and sector fixed effects. And the marginal effect suggests that the public interest assessment is significant in estimating whether or not a type 2 error occurs. And it's suggesting that actually the public interest assessment being applied increases the probability of a type 2 error occurring by around 24%. I'm not going to outline all the robustness and sensitivity checks, but this is just to show you briefly what we did. And, for example, expanding the 5-day and 11-day windows. But we can't draw much inference from this because at this point you don't know what you're capturing in these small events. Just to go back here, sorry, I feel like I jumped over that. What's important to show here is that these coefficients were really in line with the international body of research, which shows that the probability of errors are actually lower. We found lower in the South African context than the European or US, for example. Great. So the summary of the main findings were that we had a really robust data set, and there was strong evidence that type 2 errors do occur in these data. We have recapped the hypotheses of whether or not a public interest impacts errors in decision-making. We found that there is evidence of this, which we'll briefly discuss. We found that the authority acts as a benevolent decision-maker, i.e., there's no evidence of systematic bias in the South African Competition Commission's assessments. We found that they were not susceptible to lobbying efforts, and there was no evidence to suggest that third-party firms have a larger impact on the Commission's decision-making than the merger parties' firms. So the interveners are not driving decision-making. However, what's important to draw from this discussion today is whether or not public interest criteria are statistically significant in predicting type 2 errors. And we find that this is true. And when we consider what mechanisms this may be occurring through, we consider whether or not the public interest consideration or assessment is so broad that it might create scope for procedural and legal uncertainty in the assessment. It provides scope for subjectivity, potentially, and ultimately it does seem that there is risk of there being a trade-off between our competition objectives and the broader socio-economic objectives. It begs the question if we should be reverting back to Tinberg's age-old principle of one policy, one objective, and just weighting the consumer welfare at its core. And that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kayla. We gave you extra 5 minutes because of our technical people, and they asked me to apologize on their behalf. It's not that they were scared that you might find that our decisions are influenced by third parties. And we are happy that your findings show that we are not influenced. Indeed, the tribunal is also here. We are not influenced. Our decisions, we take them independently. Thank you. I would now like to introduce Nelufa. I like that these papers are talking to each other. Londi suggests that public interests are important, and Kayla somehow says they might lead to type 2 error, type 1 error, but Nolufa will tell us that the public interest can be used, in fact, to transform some industries, and he indicates that they can be very profitable, or they can be useful in transforming the industries. And she will tell us more in her paper, which is titled Transforming the Media and Advertising Sector Through Competition Remedies, a Review of Economic Development Fund. And she writes this paper with Karabo Mutawong. You can come forward.
Can you hear me? Okay, thanks. And just, okay, thanks. Okay, thank you so much, Themba, and good afternoon, colleagues. So our paper and the presentation is focused on our paper, Transforming the Media and Advertising Sectors Through Competition Remedies, co-authored by myself and Karabo Mutawong. So to understand the rationale of the Economic Development Fund, it's critical to consider the broader economic and legal context in South Africa. So South Africa's market structure remains highly concentrated. Large firms dominate key sectors, leaving limited space for smaller Black-owned or community-based enterprises. And this was especially clear in the media and advertising sector. So recognizing this, the 2019 amendments to the Act introduced a clear public interest mandate. This was a pivotal shift. Regulators were now expected not just to ensure competitive markets, but to proactively address structural imbalances and promote economic inclusion. However, traditional remedies like administrative fines simply didn't cut it anymore in regard to the amendments. They punish violations, but don't shift structures. Hence, South Africa's competition enforcement has now embraced a new paradigm, deploying innovative, transformation-driven remedies. This brings us to the Economic Development Fund. This paper provides an assessment of the real-world outcomes of creative remedies by the South African competition authorities. Oh, sorry, I think I'm above. So this slide highlights some of the key limitations of traditional competition remedies, especially when it comes to driving structural and inclusive change. So they do not address historical exclusion, so traditional remedies are often designed to stop ongoing anti-competitive conduct, like price fixing or abuse of dominance, but they don't really change the underlying ownership patterns in the market. This means that they do very little to empower historically disadvantaged individuals or firms who remain locked out despite the enforcement action. They also tend to preserve market structure, so these remedies tend to fix around the edges. They correct specific behavior, but they really challenge the concentrated market structures that allow dominance to persist. So the same big players remain dominant and smaller firms still struggle to enter and grow. There's also short-term focus. So most traditional remedies are once-off interventions. They deal with immediate conduct, but they don't put in place ongoing support or reforms that could enable long-term transformation and participation. So they're often also monetary, obviously, and like fines or administrative penalties, but while they punish misconduct, they don't necessarily promote transformation or build capacity unless they are explicitly linked to developmental conditions like an enterprise or supplier development program. So while traditional remedies are important, they are not enough, we
this paper suggests, on their own to create more inclusive and competitive markets. That's why we also need innovative developmental remedies that go beyond enforcement and actively open up participation. So the case for the creative remedies comes from the media cartel cases. So traditionally, like I said, competition remedies were about stopping anti-competitive conduct, behavior, and restructuring market efficiencies. But in South Africa, we've seen a major shift, especially after the 2019 amendments to the Act, towards using remedies as a tool for economic transformation. So this gives authorities the ability to use creative remedies in enforcement, not only to punish firms, it's also about dismantling entrenched patterns of exclusion and ownership concentration. So there's this expanded role of competition law. So the 2019 amendments made public interest considerations central to competition and enforcement. So we argue that this elevates the role of the Commission from simply ensuring competitive prices and efficiencies to also addressing socioeconomic redress. We've seen this play out most visibly in merger regulation. For example, the Walmart merger required a supply development fund and job protections, as well as the Coca-Cola Beverages Africa, which led to a creation of a 400 million rand supply development fund. So these examples show how merger remedies are now used to open up opportunities and reshape ownership structures. But while merger cases have become a vehicle for transformation, sectors with entrenched exclusion do need proactive, stand-alone remedies that go beyond mergers. So this is where creative remedies become crucial, especially in industries like the media and advertising sector that are highly concentrated and historically exclusionary. So research such as Who Owns Whom report found that less than 2% of ad spend reaches Black-owned agencies, which shows how deep the structural exclusions run. Addressing that required more than just stopping anti-competitive conduct. It required structural interventions that expand participation. So aligning remedies with the transformation goals was part of the establishment of the Economic Development Fund. It was a landmark example because establishing the Economic Development Fund didn't come out of a merger. It came from consent agreements after a cartel investigation in the media case, where firms were colluding on advertising discounts. Instead of only imposing fines, the Commission negotiated a forward-looking remedy under Section 49D and Section 58 of the Competition Act to support Black-owned and community-based media enterprises, provide startup and sustainability funding to Black-owned firms, and to address the historic exclusion that fines alone would not fix. So in other words, it didn't just correct past conduct, but it actively reshaped the market dynamics to enable inclusion. So the EDF shows how consent agreements can be used not only to punish past conduct, but to foster systemic change. It marks a turning point, proving that even cartel enforcement, which is usually punitive, can be used to build capacity, diversity, ownership, and empower new entrants. It also aligns competition enforcement with broader transformation policy goals, moving beyond deterrence, but to building a more competitive and inclusive economy. Okay. So this slide shows that, sorry, I think I'm mixed up with the, okay, sorry, let me move on. So the EDF structure strength lies in its structured, transparent approach to fund deployment. The fund capitalized 39 million rand. It wasn't just a pool of money, it was a vehicle for equity and empowerment, carefully designed to address systemic gaps. The fund was split across three major streams. 60% was allocated to enterprise development, specifically for Black-owned startups and sustainability support. 30% to educational bursaries and postgraduate experiences, and 10% for administrative functions. This ensured both immediate sector participation and long-term capacity building. Crucially, administration was entrusted to the MDDA, a statutory body with deep sectoral experience. Through this partnership with the Commission, the EDF achieved credible audited governance and real-world impact, prioritizing underrepresented groups and geographies. So this slide highlights the real tangible impact of the EDF, showing how it has gone beyond legal compliance to actively drive empowerment, sectoral inclusion, and enterprise growth in the media and advertising sector. According to the MDDA's 2025 report, the EDF has supported over 37 SMMEs, 60% of them youth-owned and many women-led, through a mix of startup and sustainability funding, mentorship training, and even free advertising. This support has created jobs, strengthened local media voices, and seeded new entrants in a sector long dominated by a few large players. Kochikadi Communications is a great example of how the EDF funding has empowered Black-owned startups, specializing in web development, SEO, and digital content creation for small businesses. They use their EDF funding to establish professional production house, acquire cutting-edge marketing equipment, and accessing mentorship. Beyond growing their business, they are also mentoring young digital talents, creating a pipeline of future professionals while helping SMMEs compete with bigger firms. Then we have Touchstone SA Marketing. This firm shows how the EDF can break new ground in highly concentrated industries. This Johannesburg-based Black-owned company used its EDF grant to launch the first township-based digital billboard in Soshanguve, acquiring billboard site rights, funding construction, and securing municipal approvals. They now manage over 150 billboard sites and have worked with clients like the GCIS, proving that with the right support, Black-owned firms can disrupt previously closed sectors. We also have another firm, Cardinal Black Inc. is a 100% female-owned digital content studio that accessed EDF seed capital to scale operations and invest in monetization strategies. Together, these stories show that the EDF is much more than a fine or penalty. It is a strategic developmental remedy that is reshaping the sector by empowering new entrants, creating jobs, and driving innovation. So beyond funding enterprises, the EDF also made a deliberate investment in long-term human capital, recognizing that transforming the media and advertising sector requires not just new firms, but also a skilled pipeline of Black professionals to sustain the transformation. So over 80 full bursaries have been awarded, covering tuition, accommodation, books, laptops, and strap-ins. Importantly, the bursaries prioritize students from rural and historically disadvantaged backgrounds, creating a new pipeline of Black talent entering the media and advertising sector spaces that have long been lacked diversity. So through this education and training component, the EDF is seeding a new generation of Black media professionals, ensuring transformation is not just immediate, but sustainable. One of the EDF's most significant achievements is how far and wide it reached. This wasn't a metrocentric fund. The EDF support flowed across all 9 provinces of South Africa with specific attention to rural, peri-urban, and previously neglected regions. This reach wasn't accidental. It was designed to foster geographic equity. Equally intentional was the prioritization of youth. 60% of the enterprises supported were youth-led. This signals a powerful generational shift in how media power and creativity is distributed. Another aspect was the women-led businesses also featured prominently, with over 50 beneficiaries being women-led or owned firms. This is notable in a space where gender inequality was historically pronounced. In essence, the EDF wasn't just funding finding media companies, it was finding new futures, new voices, and new ownership models. So moving along to lessons learned, the EDF is not just a success story, it is a case study filled with lessons for future competition enforcement. One clear insight is the need to integrate business readiness from the outside. Beneficiaries reported that pre-funding mentorship would have significantly enhanced their execution and outcomes. Another transformative idea is linking contributors, which those find in the settlements with beneficiaries. This can create a powerful ecosystem of mentorship, shared platforms, and even future collaboration. Additionally, educational funding should not stop at the classroom. Internships, work placements, and integrated learning pathways ensure real industry absorption. Lastly, the EDF structural framework is replicable, and it can inform remedy design in other sectors plagued by concentration and exclusion. So in conclusion, the EDF is not merely a fund, it is a breakthrough in how we understand competition enforcement and creative remedies. It turned punitive obligations into a development opportunity, transforming enforcement into empowerment. The EDF exemplifies a new type of remedy, one that corrects past harm while proactively shaping a more equitable future. With strong governance, target design, and cross-sector collaboration, the EDF was able to produce real impact. 37 Black-owned enterprises supported, 80+ students funded, and a significant shift in demographic and geographic representation within the media and advertising ecosystem. Most importantly, it shows that what's possible when law and policy align with national transformation goals. This is not a one-off experiment, it is a replicable, scalable model that could revolutionize enforcement across sectors. Thank you.
Thank you, Nolifa. Sorry for coming forward. It's not me, it's time. And I'm asked to manage it, and we have very little of it. Without wasting much time, myself, I would like to call our second last speaker, Tabang and Sinetemba, and Baneng is not here. Yeah, Baneng is not here. Just the two of them. They co-authored the paper, and they will do joint presentation about Section 12A provisions of the Competition Act promote economic inclusions. They are asking and answering the question for us.
Oh, okay. Am I audible? So as Temba has indicated, my name is Tabang Dlovu, and I'm going to present a paper co-authored with Banengi Nape and Sinetemba Mbeki, titled to Section 12A Provisions of the Competition Act Promote Economic Inclusion. I'll be sharing the stage with Sinetemba. Baneng is not here. He's also presenting another paper that we wrote. So the primary objective of the paper was to assess the impact of the most recent competition amendments on merger assessments in the country. So this includes examining the extent to which the Competition Act, through these amendments, have facilitated job creation, promoted the transfer of ownership to historically disadvantaged individuals, and fostered greater participation of small and medium enterprises through initiatives such as skills and supply development and employee share ownership policies, among others. But before we do that, I just need to give a bit of context, so to just highlight the motivation for the public interest provision. So as many of us are aware, South Africa's economy is profoundly influenced by the legacy of the apartheid era, and despite 30 years of democracy, South Africa still ranks amongst the most unequal societies globally, and it is widely acknowledged that the apartheid system severely impeded the country's economic development. So for context, the apartheid system enforced stringent racial, economic, and political divisions among South African citizens, specifically prioritizing white individuals above all other races. And as a result of this, many non-white individuals today encounter significant challenges, which includes a lack of quality skills and living conditions that fall below acceptable standards. So further, the combination of sluggish economic growth and structural challenges has also hindered efforts to alleviate poverty and create jobs. This situation was made worse by the COVID-19 pandemic and the resulting lockdown. As a result, as of the first quarter of 2025, unemployment was at 32.9%, so all of these factors undermine the progress of household welfare. Youth unemployment also remains high at 46%, and in addition to this, recent data from the World Bank indicates that the Gini coefficient for South Africa was 0.67 in 2022. The existing literature suggests that this elevated level of inequality is primarily rooted in a legacy of exclusion, which is also coupled with the nature of economic growth that has failed to be poor. The existing literature also reveals that wealth inequality is notably higher and intergenerational mobility remains limited, indicating that these disparities are passed down from generation to generation with little change over time. So the discourse surrounding the nature and cause of inequality in the country is multifaceted. So those on the political left tend to emphasize two primary drivers of inequality, that being the unequal distribution of assets stems from apartheid and its lasting impact, and the rent-seeking behavior of large corporations that prioritize profit maximization at the expense of welfare distribution. These issues are further compounded by the shortcomings of the neoliberal economic policies enacted during the early 2000s, which relied heavily on market forces without addressing fully the systematic inequality. So further, several studies have found that the bottom 50% of the population receives just 5% of the total income, while the top 10% holds 67% of the total income and also owns 87% of the national's wealth. This stark inequality is further intensified by persistently high unemployment rates and various historical factors that have been systematically excluded, which have systematically excluded many individuals from participating in economic activities. Given these, some studies suggest that establishing an inclusive economy remains a top priority for the South African government. These studies suggest that inclusive growth requires a structural change in the economy focused on diversification, which in turn generates jobs and promotes broader ownership. So it is for these reasons that the scope of the Competition Act, as amended, has been expanded to not only promote and sustain competition within the South African economy, but to also advance public interest objectives. These objectives include the empowerment of historically disadvantaged individuals and the development of small and medium enterprises. So therefore, in February 2019, the South African Competition Act was amended by the Competition Amendment Act number 18 of 2018. The Competition Act itself seeks to address South Africa's previous apartheid and other discriminatory laws and practices that led to excessive concentrations of ownership and control within the South African economy, inadequate restraints against anti-competitive trade practices, and unjust restrictions on full and free participation in the economy by all South Africans. Thus, the primary goal of the Amendment Act was to address the structural challenges of high concentration levels and the racially skewed spread of ownership of firms in the South African economy. Specifically, the public interest provisions in merger control were amended to obtain public interest grounds that will address ownership, control, and the support of small businesses and firms controlled by historically disadvantaged persons. So prior to the Amendment Act, South Africa's competition policy has been somewhat ineffective in achieving an economy that is open to greater ownership by a greater number of South Africans. So the paper reveals that concentration levels within the economy is high and the economy is still concentrated to a few. The paper also reveals that South Africa still suffers from high levels of unemployment, which was caused in part by the past apartheid labor market system, which created a large, inexpensive and low-skilled labor force. So these factors then raise a question regarding the effectiveness of South Africa's competition policy in achieving its objectives. So South Africa's competition policy seeks to achieve the promotion of employment and the advancement of social and economic welfare of the country, the expansion of opportunities for South Africans in world markets, also ensuring that small and medium enterprises have an equitable opportunity to participate in the South African economy, and the promotion of a greater spread of ownership, in particular to increase the ownership stakes of historically disadvantaged persons. So one tool used by South African government to achieve these objectives is merger control. So our legislation differs from most countries as it does not only focus on assessing the potential competition effects of mergers, but also takes into account public interest. So public interest provisions that are typically considered in merger control are understood as provisions that consider the impact of a merger on a particular industrial sector or regions. employment, the ability of small and medium enterprises, or the ability of small and medium businesses or firms controlled by historically disadvantaged persons to effectively enter into or expand within a market, the ability of national industry to compete in international markets, and the promotion of a greater spread of ownership, in particular to increase the levels of historically disadvantaged persons and workers in firms and markets. So the Competition Act enjoins the Competition Commission, the Competition Tribunal, and the Competition Appeal Court the authority to approve unconditionally or approve conditionally or prohibit mergers on public interest grounds. Given the primary objective of the paper, we employed a descriptive analysis methodology. So this methodology is used to illustrate the individual characteristics of data and offer researchers such as ourselves the ability to summarize data in an organized way by describing the relationship between variables in a sample or population. So these summaries can be either quantitative and or simple to understand graphs. So we employed this methodology on data we collected from the Competition Commission in order to examine the extent to which the competition amendments have facilitated job creation, promoted the transfer of ownership, and also encouraged the greater participation of small and medium enterprises. So I'd like to hand over to my colleague.
Am I audible? Okay. Thanks, Doc. I think as an economist, he has laid the ground. So I'm just here to conclude on what the law says. So in us working towards the paper, one of the things that we looked at was what is the mischief that the amendment were seeking to remedy. And these are our findings. The 2019 Amendment Act has been a legislative instrument that promotes and entrenches economic inclusion within the framework of merger assessment. The manner in which this paper elaborates upon this conclusion is summarized in the following manner. There has been a prominence of public interest consideration in merger assessment. Since the amendment, there has been a marked increase of intervention based on public interest concern, including impositions of conditions, in some cases, prohibitions of mergers. There has been a remedy framework prioritizing ownership diversification. The Commission has increasingly emphasized remedy that speaks to ownership, particular BEE, and HDP participation. Although this other study that we've taken might be seen as a criticism to a certain extent, there has been a longer adjudication in timelines of merger assessment. A point in case is the recent Vodacom merger that was recently approved by the Competition Appeal Court, which took some time through the competition authorities. What we know so far, based on what the literature tells us and what the jurisprudence tells us post-2019, it's that the amendment have elevated the public interest consideration to a position of parity with competition concerns. This has resulted in fundamental shift in merger control, enjoining competition authorities to balance competition effects with broader socio-economic objective. An illustrative example is the Burger King merger that JP Norman illustrated yesterday, which raised no competition concerns, but it was initially blocked due to the likely reduction in HDP ownership, which was ultimately approved later on with ownership or public interest commitments. What the empirical study shows us in this paper, it's the illustration that in 2022 and 2023 financial year, the Commission imposed conditions that were designed to enhance participation by small and HDP-owned firms, amounting to approximately 36.8 billion in supply, development, and also procurement commitments. A further pattern that demonstrates this on a year-on-year trend is that in 2021 and 2022 financial year, the conditions that were imposed in 74 measures resulted in preservation of 1,618 jobs. A further analysis in the financial year of 2023 to 2024, the conditions that were imposed in 126 measures safeguarded 4,902 jobs. With respect to ESOP commitment, the Commission has also adopted the approach of ensuring that the scheme extend to broader base of employees and are structured so as not to impose financial burden on participating employees. In addition, the Commission, when assessing the implication of measures for small and HDP enterprise, it has taken into account whether the transaction provide for, amongst other things, the establishment of supply enterprise development fund to facilitate market entry and participation. Also, procurement undertaking directed at sustaining and enhancing procurement for Black-owned firms. To conclude, the paper demonstrates that the promotion of HDP participation constitute a central and indispensable element of economic inclusion. We're not saying this is the solution, but it's among the other solution that is pointing us at the right direction on economic inclusion. Post-2019 measure control regime, one of the data that we assessed, or one of the studies or the empirical study that comes out, is that in between 2019-2020 financial year and also 2023 and 2024 financial year, the Commission imposed public interest conditions in 335 measures, majority relating in employment moratorium, HDP participation, BEE ownership commitments. In 2022 and 2023 financial year, HDP-related transaction totaled 5.1 billion, while ESOP-related transaction amounted to 23 billion. Post-2019, major intervention on public interest are estimated to have safeguarded approximately 62,386 jobs, underscoring the significant redistribution, protective function that major control comes to perform under the Amendment Act. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen, for making my task a bit easier. Ladies and gentlemen, we will call upon a speaker who will be joining us online. I think his name is, I hope it's he. Or it's a she. I'm being corrected. Yes, Vela Kidogo Kikwiru. I hope I'm not butchering the name or the surname. She asked us to, while we note all these achievements, the ESOPs, the HDP transactions, she asked us to strike the balance and always do the way-up assessment. And she will be presenting a paper titled Striking the Balance, Reassessing Public Interest Consideration in Africa's Major Control Regime. I'm not sure if she's ready. Okay, she's ready. We can clap hands for her as well.
Yes, so I'll share my presentation. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. And welcome.
Okay, so thank you so much for this invitation, and also thank you so much for my colleagues who have spoken before me and who have been able to emphasize the role of public interest consideration in Africa. So there's a very strong ongoing debate on whether public interest consideration is hindering innovation in Africa. And in the international forums that I attend, especially in Europe and US, the question is always that should the goals of competition law go beyond the traditional goals of economic efficiency and consumer welfare, and whether should we consider non-competition issues such as democracy, environmental sustainability, or equality. And it seems like the divide is widening, and out here it seems like there's a misconception that mergers in Africa, especially in South Africa, are likely to be prohibited just because they did not meet a specific public interest consideration. And this is really what motivated me to write this paper. I started writing this paper with the claim that it will be so illusionary to think that public interest consideration will not be a feature of African competition law. In fact, many African countries who are amending their competition laws have recognized that they should have a provision on competition law. But then we cannot also run away from the basics of the objectives of competition law in enhancing efficiency and consumer welfare. So I thought of a way in which we can have a balance between the two. It's not an easy trade-off, but what we can do, and also analyze some of the South African Competition Commission decision to show that it's not always the case that these mergers are being prohibited in South Africa just because they were affecting a specific public interest. What is it really that the Commission is doing that African countries and other countries in developing countries can consider? Because in EU where I'm based, issues of public interest have always been considered in merger transaction. For instance, the issue of security and the question which the EU would like its national champions to compete in the global market. So it's not just an African problem as it's perceived out there. So when you look at public interest consideration, I think this repetition because my colleagues have spoken about it. It's all about ensuring that we can address other issues that affect society. The concept is more of social welfare. So when you analyze the competition and legislations in Africa, you'll realize that most of them are, not all of them have public interest considerations, but those that have public interest consideration, you'll find that in most cases, employment, SMEs, competitiveness, the ability of specific industries, the ability of national champions to compete in international markets, and the protection of specific industries and regions is some of the public interests that you can see across all the competition authorities. And as my colleagues have stated, when you look at the South African case, the inclusion of public interest provisions is not just in a vacuum. It was meant to address issues that arose from the apartheid regime, whereby the Black South Africans were excluded from the economic, from the market in many ways, including issues like access to credit. So by ensuring that African farms are able to compete not just in the domestic market, but also in international markets becomes a very important consideration. So I did an analysis of all legislations that have competition provision on public interest, and I found that not all African competition laws are public interest provisions, but also what constitutes public interest consideration varies across African countries. And in most cases, when it comes to the merger control, public interest is more than a norm. In other countries, they consider public interest in cartel conduct, in interim relief, and in the granting of exemption. But then another issue that you find that in some countries like South Africa and Nigeria, the public interest consideration is a closed list, which leads to certainty when it comes to business firms understanding exactly what they have to look at before they file their mergers. But in other cases, it's so open-ended, meaning that the competition agencies can consider anything, and this one does not lead to legal certainty and preparation for business firms when they want to notify their mergers. And then one of the things I realized from this analysis is that outright prohibition of mergers based on public interest consideration is rare. And all of us, we know about the Vodacom massive merger with the Competition Appeal Court allowing the merger based on specific conditions. So I just want to tell you, it's not like every time mergers have to be prohibited based on public interest consideration. And when you look at the South African case scenario, from the Competition Commission, all the arguments that goes to the Competition Tribunal, to the Competition Appeal Court, until those people, you realize there's a lot that happens in between, and a lot of negotiations and commitments occur in between that we need as researchers to pay attention to, so that we can let business firms know that Africa is not hostile to investment. You just have to consider a few issues, and there's always room for negotiation. So these are just some of the public interest legislations that I just tried to mention in this presentation, in Malawi, in Namibia, in Zambia, South Africa, at the regional level. Now, initially under the Commercial Commission regulation under Article 26, for it was so open-ended that the Commission would consider public interest. But then we see the 2024 draft Commission regulation where now it's more closed. There's employment, ability of SMEs to compete, the ability of SMEs to compete, also the ability of farms to compete in international markets, environmental protection, sustainability consideration have also been introduced, and also under the FCFTA Commission protocol, it's also a closed list. So from employment, of course, ability of SMEs to promote sustainable and inclusive socio-economic and industrial development. And like the case of COMESA, there is, when you look at the COMESA Commission merger decision, they always have a provision on a public interest, which is very important. So I wondered, how can we competition agencies balance the public interest test and the competition standard test to achieve the specific goals that we need to achieve? So in doing so, I was looking at, I think there's one, okay, I missed this one. So this is a debate, and this is the debate I was talking about, that some are supporting public interest considerations, others are criticizing the public interest consideration. And of course, when it comes to justification, there's an argument that the goals of competition law vary across markets because market realities are different. Competition policy in Africa is a tool geared towards the broader government development goals. We have novel market dynamics like digital markets, the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic, and also there's a way globalization of trade is affecting the participation of African farms in international markets. So major parties have to ensure that they're able to promote the participation of African farms in international markets. And but on the other hand, critics and one of the critics that has really gained attention is the question of how this consideration are constraining foreign direct investment. And then when they're used as industrial policy, they favor national champions and they limit competition and consumer welfare. Importantly, in some cases, and as the South African experience has shown us, some of this public interest usually conflict with each other. So maybe you want to increase employment opportunities, but at the same time, it's affecting the SMEs competitiveness. So how do you really balance this in a holistic approach? And also, if a competition agency is also analyzing employment issues, there's a likelihood that it is intruding into other regulatory regimes. And also, it leaves room for vested interest from various stakeholders, such as political parties, because in most cases, third parties are involved, from the trade ministries to trade unions, who usually provide their opinion on specific matters. So how do we really balance this? So I just went through the South African experience generally, but I think after this, I'll focus on one public interest, because I realize it's so much detail to talk about all the public interest considerations in one paper. So South Africa has the public interest merger guidelines, something that I say other competition agencies should also develop this public interest merger guidelines so that business firms can understand exactly what is really needed. So for South Africa, there's an issue of how do they, in most cases, people argue that they favor public interest, they rank public interest consideration higher than the competition standard. We'll see if that is the case. But for South Africa, first of all, they decide what is the likely effect of the merger on public interest ground. And in their guidelines, they have provided what is expected for each public interest ground. If it's employment, is it going to lead to retrenchment? Then how are we able to provide remedies that will address this issue? Second, it's not just about having a likely effect. The question is whether it's substantial, whether there's remedies available, and how we can consider other equally weighty countervailing public interest grounds. So let's look. So the question of whether they rank public interest higher than competition standard, I think that is not the issue from the cases analyzed, because what they normally do is first identify the competition concern. It's always usually the first step, and then go to the public interest. So sometimes you may have a merger which doesn't raise any anti-competitive conduct, but it negatively affects public interest, or the merger doesn't raise any competition, raises competition concerns, but it also improves public interest consideration. So in this case, the issue of whether public interest is ranked higher, that one is not correct. So the likely effect is usually done on a case-by-case basis. This is for the benefit of other competition agencies in Africa. So if your competition legislation has a public interest consideration, let's say of environmental sustainability, you have to clearly stipulate what is it that you are looking into, what is the likely effect of this public interest on this specific issue, of the merger on this specific public interest. For example, when it comes to SMEs and the issue of farms owned by HDPs, so they look at whether the merger parties will continue with purchasing or supplying to their farms, or whether there are other market entry barriers, and so on. So once that is done, they move to the next step. Is the specific public interest merger specific, or is it substantial? So for the merger specific, it has to be so causally related to the specific merger, to the extent that you ask the question, why it's not for this specific public interest, then this issue, why is it not for this specific merger, then this issue of public interest will not have occurred. If the effect is so independent of the specific merger, then it doesn't have any causal relationship with this merger. So like in the Walmart Massmart case of 2012, and the question of whether the job losses that occurred were as a result of the merger transaction, it was found that there was no causal link between those job losses, because one, they occurred before the merger transaction, and
Vela?
also because
Hi, Vela, I'm not sure if you're hearing us. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm sorry for doing this to you, but the time is not on our side. I will humbly, and I'm sorry for doing this to you. Honestly, I know you spent time preparing this paper and the slides, and you want to cover everything, but we have very limited time. I would ask you to start concluding in the next 2 minutes. Sorry about that.
Okay, super. So another issue that I identified is that once they've identified the causal link between the public interest concern and the public and the specific Maja, then they go to the remedies. And these remedies have to be Maja specific, they must be adequate, they must be appropriate, proportionate, and enforceable. For instance, in the Walmart Maja, the Minister of Trade, said had proposed an import quota as a remedy, but it was provided that an investment remedy was more appropriate, was more proportionate, and was more enforceable. So also remedies are also considered to do this. And most importantly, this is where the issue is, and this is where the balancing occurs, the holistic approach to public interest assessment, whereby the Commission balances all the public interests. They are not viewed in isolation, and the effect of these, the effect of the public interest on the specific matter has to be substantial. So I think I will share this with you, and also just for you to go through these specific major decisions that have been made in the South African case to understand how this holistic approach occurs in practice. And with that, I conclude by saying that the legal test in the South African merger regime has revealed that mergers should specific on merger-specific effects, the substantive of the merger, and the inadequacies of the remedies. And also, there's a need for competition agencies to adopt guidelines that outline the legal test used to determine whether a merger will be prohibited, approved conditionally, or unconditional. And with this clarity on how public interests are considered. And another important before I stop is the issue of ensuring that this whole process is expeditious, because there are cases whereby some firms pulled out of the transaction, and this could negatively affect foreign direct investment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vela, for the paper and for reminding us to always weigh things up. Without wasting time, I'll call our discussant. The first one is Candice. She reminds me of a lecturer I had back at school who used to wear red. So she will be discussing 3 papers. She had a red paper, a red pen, and you will see the red pen ink in your article and or in your paper. You know what is coming your way. So those who she will be discussing their papers, please brace yourself.
Can you hear me? Is it on? Okay, great, thanks. So those who've worked with me in LSD before will know I do have a bit of a reputation for using my red pen. Apparently it's not much appreciated, but it is there for constructive purposes. But let me start off by saying, Londiwe and also Nilofas, I know you didn't write the paper alone, but I am so proud of you. And I'm not indicating any specific bias, but they will know that I'm always trying to encourage the Commission's lawyers to write. And it is so rare that we get people who are brave enough to write, because you have to be brave. You have to be brave to for lawyers to put something on paper, down on words, where you can be wrong or you can be held to it. And then to have somebody like me come along and and comment on that. I just want to say that I'm incredibly proud of you for doing that. I think it's wonderful. So let me start then, Londiwe, with yours. You know, when you were talking, you made reference to what the Deputy Minister had said and what other people had said, and that's exactly the way I felt when I looked at your paper too. It was as if you'd handed them crib notes. So you definitely are on point and on topic, and I very much enjoyed this discussion on all of the different BRICS countries, because that's not something I've looked at before. And so that I found incredibly interesting. Seeing that comparison, and in your slides what you did is you had a bit of a flow chart, and so, you know, while you discussed each one separately, I think it would be nice to see them almost in a table format to see where they align. But because things are so different, I loved that that you pulled out the things that we can learn from one another, like the technological sovereignty, the access to data, the essential infrastructure bits that are prioritized in different countries. So what for me is great about that as well is that it shows the thought leadership that we're always asking for, that you're coming forward with ideas and ways to do it. I think that is where I would add a little bit to say, you made such great suggestions on strengthening institutional capacity through cooperation, the shared vision, the knowledge sharing, the development of tools, which I love, but I would love to see a little specificity in that, which maybe is asking very much of you, because it is something that hasn't really happened, doesn't really exist, but it would be great. It would be great for me to see that in a paper and be able to take it forward and say, but look, here are some great ideas. But 100%, I think that's great. I enjoyed the warning. I think it's critically important to be focused on where things could go wrong, what the risks are. I think this is a great discussion document for BRICS. You know, when our leaders go and talk to one another and start, this is a great conversation starter. I think as they've proved through some of the things they've said already. So well done. I think you did a great job. So Kyla, I have been reminded that I'm not an economist. They don't need to remind me of that. Fortunately, I am a competition lawyer. So while my eyes glaze over when it comes to the various equations that are in there, I did manage to follow what you were saying. In fact, I found it fascinating, the statistics. And you're right, there's a dearth of that kind of information. I've tried to do a bit of research myself and things. So to get that data is close to impossible. So you point out that the tribunal maybe could improve a little bit on its records and documents available. And I think it's something that the Commission could do too, because there's value in an external viewpoint. In fact, Temba mentioned that it's someone coming from outside, and yes, not that there is any confirmation bias in what I'm saying, but I can say that anecdotally, I mean, you are on point with a lot of things, and we are very happy to hear that we are able to refer to an external paper now, and I think there's going to be a lot of reference to that on how we aren't biased or captured or influenced by political lobbying. You know, we'll often hear stories about how interveners are influencing the way we're doing things. So it empowers us to know that we can refer to these kinds of things. I think there's a great need for more empirical studies. I think there's a great need for a greater focus on these statistics because they are so useful. The one thing, and I realized that in the assessment that you did, it took a lot of work, and you went through a lot of cases, and you looked at a lot of different factors. But I think that it would be great if you focused on, I think you went up to 2021, right? So given that the amendments are 2019, and that's really where we see that there has been a bit of a change, it would be really, really interesting to see what happens from there. Just the guys in the last paper were saying there were an additional 335 mergers between 2020 and 2024, where there were public interest conditions. So I think if you look at that, I'm encouraging you to do more of this and look at that and come back to us with findings on that too. I don't want to take up too much time. I know we have a very strict ringmaster here, but I want to say that I think it's not only useful for the Commission, but I think this serves as a useful guide for lawyers in general in private practice. It's going to help economists in the course of litigation, merger parties, even our politicians, and in fact even media, because we get critiqued so often in the media. It's going to be really great, even from a media perspective, to deal with how we are undertaking this work, how mergers are assessed, and also what the impact is. So, yeah, I really enjoyed the read. Thank you so much. Thanks. Temba hasn't stopped me yet, so let me keep going. So Vela, thank you very much for your paper. I enjoyed that this was a public interest focus on African countries. So I think that it's nice, and it's been incredible to me how each and every one of these papers deals with exactly the same topic, and yet you manage to almost segue into one another's papers or complement them in some way, which is wonderful. So this focus on African countries I think is great. I love the use of a table on public interest, where what Vela did was she had a table and she said, yes, this is in this country, this is in that country, and this isn't, which at a glance is, you see, the economists are rubbing off on me. I'm starting to enjoy tables as well, but it makes for an easy glance and an understanding of where we're at. I think sometimes lawyers get a little bit bogged down into all of the information. And I think, Vela, for me, your document was a lot of information. So you definitely refer to a lot of authority, but it was a lot of heavy reading. So I appreciated the balance of the table in that. I think the one thing that I would say, Vela, is that it read, and I suppose this is what an academic paper is that it set out the history and it set out the case law, and where we're at and what the concerns are and the various criticisms are. But your paper was focused on how to strike the balance. And I felt that I would have appreciated a little more thought or thought leadership maybe in it, you know, your own personal perspectives. I felt that you had regard more to what happened in the case law and what the law was, which is certainly useful. And so it makes it a great reference document. But I'd like to see you focus a little bit more on making proposals or suggestions or critiquing the way things have been happening and suggesting an alternative way forward. Just on the cases as well, I did note, you know, the reference to a number of cases fairly recent, but you didn't refer to the Coca-Cola decision, and that was a notable absence for me. So I think that I would encourage you to just have a look at that if you're going to take your paper any further, and maybe see whether that is something that you could incorporate. And again, I think, you know, there's an emphasis from you as well on and something I think you'd also incorporate is maybe having regard to the data. So I think that there's a need for record keeping and further consideration of these kinds of topics. I think given that it's public interest, it's highly likely that we're still going to see further developments. So this is likely not the last paper you'll write on this. We'll see more from you there. But thank you so much.
Thank you, Candice, for the inputs. I'll call on Gresham to discuss the last two papers. I thought a lecturer in red would be a bit harsh, and the one in blue would be a bit nicer, because the ones that are using blue pens are always nice. So I hope Gresham will be nice and give you also constructive inputs on your papers. Gresham, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Temba. Yes, I come in blue, so I come in peace. Actually, I won't spend much time. Maybe I would prefer that we give more time for people to bombard questions rather than me just commenting. So I'll start with the Nilofa and Karabo paper. Actually, because I have very little to say there. Because for me, I mean, the case study, that fund is a perfect example, perhaps, of what interventions that are practical and work. Because obviously, I think the case study especially showcases competition policy as a tool that feeds into the government's macro goals, especially on employment and reducing inequality. Because maybe what I could just add is the folly of administrative penalty is, yes, in as much as they are a deterrent, but I think many people might not know. In fact, myself, I didn't know that when we levy those penalties, I used to think that they belong, the money comes to the commission. But it doesn't. The money goes back to Treasury. So you see that in as much as you've collected the penalty, the money even goes back into Treasury, which is a bigger pot, and government might actually have other priorities where that money is channeled. So in as much as you've levied penalties, try to deter and parties stop the cartel, as was the case there, what you brought out in terms of a penalty might end up totally going on. So you've not transformed, you've not done a direct intervention in that area where there was mischief or in terms of that cartel. Whereas what came out of that case, where you've now actually made the 40 million direct intervention to transform, and I like that actually your paper is given, I think the actual paper, some examples that you didn't talk about, of the companies that actually got monies and are doing very interesting thing in media and advertising. So thank you, thank you for that. Then to my colleagues, economics colleagues, I like that you made, I almost thought it's a legal paper, especially the first part, but which is a good thing, because I think I would vouch for economists to make legal arguments clearer and better. But I'm only going to zone in on one thing, because I think there is much more to unpack there. In your paper, you put in some numbers, and I'm going to zone in on one. I think you said 2022-23, ESOP's value were about 23 billion. Your paper was asking us, by the way, whether Section 12A provisions are promoting economic inclusion. I'm not sure I got the answer. Maybe I'll go the other side and actually ask from there. But I'm interested to know, are you guys happy with the figures that you put out there? In other words, are you happy with the figures? Are you happy with the 23 billion? Are you happy with the 63,000 jobs in that particular year, or the 1,300 jobs saved in that previous year? Are you happy? Because last year, I'm aware, we attended some, DTIC organized a workshop with labor, with unions, and even companies that were represented there, Pepsi, Co, and so forth, companies that have big ESOPs in their structures. So a few points. In that 23 billion, I think it's actually weighted by, maybe you guys might want to unpack who's making up that 23 billion, because I recall that the Pepsi and maybe Super Group have very large ESOPs. So they might be influencing that figure, I would imagine. That's one. In most instances, the ESOPs that we intervene on, we only ask at most, I'm not aware of any ESOPs that's more than 5%. So this is what we're talking about. We're talking ESOPs in companies that are less than 5%. That's one. Two, I don't know if you guys have looked whether in that less 5% or less, are all of these ESOPs paying dividends? Or are the beneficiaries or the employees, are they receiving monies out of these ESOPs? Because as you know, and I think you heard it in your paper, in the event that dividends are declared, part of that money that goes to that less than 5% is used to repay the vendor financing. So many times we say 65% or 60% must go towards paying the loan before the workers are paid. So you actually the workers only get 35% when dividends are declared. And I don't know if you've seen how much actually in actual money because sometimes a worker might end up getting paid 80 rand. There is an example that was used somewhere. You get 80 rand whole year out of you participating in an ESOP. And also, sometimes, in fact, in majority of cases, if you are no longer an employee of that company, you don't benefit anymore. That's why, of late, we sometimes say if a merger takes place and the selling company had an ESOP and is moving over to a company that doesn't have an ESOP, we actually say you must, even if you've left the company, you're being bought by another company, you must continue to benefit, you must continue to be part of an ESOP that was you were part of. So I think there is a lot more to unpack, especially in that, because it's a very controversial area of ESOPs, intervention through ESOPs. There are a lot of opinions, especially from the employees, from unions. And I think perhaps, guys, you might want to unpack those figures so that you answer the question that you posed in your paper to say, are the interventions achieving the inclusion that they were introduced for? I think I'll end there. Thanks.
Thank you, Gresham, and thank you for the inputs to our colleagues and our speakers. And we have 10 minutes to take 2 questions from the floor. I'm not sure if there's any question. If you have a question, please raise your hand. There's a roving mic that will be given to you to ask your question. I think you are all edified by what our speakers have been saying. And if you have any question, please ask them. They are ready to answer the questions and to provide clarity where clarity is required. There are no questions. I think your presentations, okay, there's one question. I nearly said your presentations were very clear until Rachi raised his hand.
Thanks, Themba. Maybe just a quick question for Kayla. So just to clarify, right, you defined the type 2 errors as an error where, is it an anti-competitive measure fails to be blocked, right? So in that instance, the logic being that the measure was defined as anti-competitive, but was approved anyway because of the public interest. Just to clarify if I understand that correctly.
Yes, and that there were no appropriate remedies applied, structural, strategic remedies applied. So there were likely a lot more transactions that might have prima facie been anti-competitive, but appropriate structural, strategic remedies or behavioral remedies were applied to the transaction. So post-implementation, we didn't observe any abnormal returns in revenues, if that makes sense. So this subset of 60 type 2 errors is only those where we find that it prima facie and ex post was an anti-competitive transaction. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question? Not really.
Yeah, I mean, to some extent.
Okay.
And then just to follow on that, how would it feature, if at all, right, in your model that, so I've seen a lot of research that speaks to the fact that most merger transactions fail, right? So they don't achieve their strategic objectives. So where would that feature into the thinking around the model when you're observing that post-merger period?
So if I understand you correctly, it's a transaction that's gone through the authorities, but they haven't realized the efficiencies, for example, that they propose as part of the filing. That's a great point. At this point, the model doesn't consider that. It only looks at the stock price reactions, and that's the entire state of being. So as you'll probably think, it doesn't provide you any degree of anti-competitiveness, pro-competitiveness. It's pretty binary and yes or no, and we don't consider a case where structural, or we don't consider a case where rationales of the deal are not achieved. Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other question or comment? If you don't have a question, you might have a comment. There's no question, there's no comment. I think we'll take this opportunity to thank the presenters for the papers, the time they spent, and the sacrifice they made to just share their thoughts with us. And I'd like us to just give a hand of applause to our presenters. And thank you to you all for bearing with us and not sleeping. And I believe you learned something, and for that I also think we should be clapping for yourselves. And thank you. I think we have come to an end of this session. We are coming back in the same venue at 4:45. That's when the next session starts. So we will end the session here. Thank you for your time, and thank you for choosing this session.
Yes, please come.
Gentlemen, can you just swap places, please? Dr. Tabang is called. How do you take this side with it? Sure. Okay, for this one you can smile, guys. Okay, wait. Sorry for your presentation. I saw it took you off. I was told late that is not the one. The actual one was not downloaded, so I'm sorry. That was a great thing. When I started reading, then when the paper starts with a very bold disclaimer, it's like
executive host from Gresham, but to the managing directors of the conference, thank you for the opportunity. Colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it has been an absolute honor to host the 9th BRICS International Competition Conference here in Cape Town, South Africa. Thank you for being here with us. Over the past 2 days, we have shared ideas, compared experiences, and set out a path forward for competition policy and enforcement across our countries. I want to thank all participants for their thoughtful contribution in the sessions and for the constructive spirit in particular in which you have engaged throughout the past 2 days. We all agree that we are facing a fracturing multilateral system and abandonment of the global governance framework and institutions that were designed to promote global security and mutual development, and which have already lifted billions out of poverty. As the Deputy Minister Zuko Godlimpi reminded us yesterday, it is indeed at this time that the BRICS group of countries is more important than ever. What the BRICS group aims to do is to strengthen economic, political, and social cooperation amongst its members to bolster sustainable social and economic development along with social inclusion and to increase the influence of the global South countries in international governance. As our Sue Sherpa, Mr. Ben Hubert reminded us this morning, BRICS does not aim to create a competing bloc in a bipolar world, but rather to reform global multilateral institutions to ensure they are more equitable and representative in the 21st century, and the needs of the global South are in fact taken into account. So the BRICS countries recognize that multilateralism needs to be reformed and not abandoned. BRICS is in a stronger position to achieve this, as its expansion now means it accounts for almost half the world's population and over a third of economic activity. There is a consensus that we need to deepen cooperation amongst BRICS competition authorities, not only to build capacity and share insights, but also to look at how we work together in global merger control and how we conduct enforcement at both an investigative and remedy stage. This is particularly important in globalized markets where conduct or concentration have an impact not just on BRICS countries and citizens, but on global citizens more broadly. There is also a consensus, as you would have heard, of the need to integrate new member countries into the BRICS Competition Law Forum and activities. There is recognition that BRICS countries are diverse and have their own competition institutional design and priorities, and that the objective is not to have a single approach, as Judge President Manoem warned us yesterday, but rather to create space for that diversity and use cooperation to meet collective goals. This is consistent with the objective of a more inclusive multilateral system where sovereignty is respected, participation is inclusive, and mutual development is pursued. This leads us to another area of consensus, which is for the BRICS authorities to reform the multilateral system by also working closely with those multilateral institutions and extending BRICS influence and ideas into the structural design, objectives, and operational priorities of those institutions. As mentioned, UNCTAD has been an important partner, but it is not the only institution relevant to our competition work. For instance, BRICS countries have worked together to reform the governance and the Global South participation and the African competition authorities in the ICN. There is also consensus amongst BRIC members of how we need to ensure that the socially significant sectors are a focus on BRICS work going forward. These are areas where working groups already exist, but where we need to deepen our engagement. These include global food value chains. As we've heard, food security is essential to lift billions out of poverty and prevent the debilitating effect of child malnutrition. Global food value chains and trade are meant to provide that food security for most countries that are not self-sufficient. However, the growing concentration of global commodity trade and the financialization of these markets has created high food inflation and price volatility, which is now causing food insecurity. Improving the global trading system will impact on the most basic need of the world's citizens. In pharmaceuticals, along with food, as we know, access to healthcare is another fundamental need of all global citizens, and where universal access to healthcare is considered a fundamental human right. However, the market is riddled with concentration, the abuse of patent systems through secondary patents, and pricing practices that make life-saving or preventative medicine unaffordable to most countries. Again, BRICS work in this area can make a material difference to billions of people in the world. On the digital markets, and in particular artificial intelligence, we all agree that AI is a transformative technology, and so not only is fair competition and participation in AI markets important, but also the ethical use of AI in all other markets is quite crucial. This may be the this may lead to the use to collude or discriminate and exploit consumers, and these are things that we need to be guarding against. However, AI markets are already dominated by the same global tech giants, and we are already seeing cases of collusion through AI pricing tools and personalized pricing using data surveillance. Promoting competition is essential to continue driving innovation, and regulatory oversight is needed to prevent abuse in AI and downstream markets. On the green energy market and sustainability, we have all agreed and understood that climate change threatens food security and the displacement of hundreds of millions of people. The shift to renewable energy is essential globally to address this threat. But like AI, it will also transform other industries, such as automotive, and result in other new industries, such as battery storage. It is therefore imperative that fair competition is preserved in these markets to ensure innovation and low prices that will drive more widespread adoption in these areas. Moving then to the other parts of the conference, I just wanted to take this moment to congratulate the contributors to the academic conference. The quality of the papers we received was very high and quite impressive. I was especially encouraged to see how so many young people submitted contribution. This gives me great confidence that the future of competition regulation is in capable hands. As I always say to the Commission employees, it is these young people who give me the energy and the spirit to wake up every morning to go to work, knowing that we have people who are so concerned about others and how we make the world a better place. The papers presented during the academic conference, together with the reflection of the discussants, offered both thought-provoking and illuminating insights. There were some of the papers that actually make you stand up and listen, and I really wish to thank you all. And the confidence to be able to submit your paper to be assessed by Professor Eleanor Fox, I think it takes serious courage to do so, and I really am proud of all of you. I'm also pleased to note that among the papers that were provided, there were 16 contributions from staff of the Competition Commission of South Africa. This is a strong testament to the commitment and enthusiasm of the staff of the Commission for the work that we do. Congratulations, and I think you need to give yourself a very warm round of applause. Before I conclude, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you who made this conference possible. And this gratitude is on behalf of the Competition Commission of South Africa and the Competition Tribunal of South Africa. Thank you very much. To our colleagues in the technical committee, thank you for delivering an excellent and what I think we all agree was a successful conference. Special thanks must go to the communication and events team of the Commission and the Tribunal, the supply chain team who remind us all the time that if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be here. And the IT team, all of them under the leadership of Mr. Sipho Ngwema. I hope he is somewhere where we can see him. Please stand up. I think you need to stand up with Sipho so everyone can see. Thank you, Sweetie. Thank you so much for all the work that you've done. For the crafting of an absolutely excellent program, both of the annual conference, the BRICS conference, and the academic conference, I want to take this opportunity to thank immensely Raksha Darji and the ERB team under the direction of the Acting Deputy Commissioner James Hodge. It was, in fact, a wonderful program. And Raksha, I think you should stand so that everyone can say thank you to you. To the OTC team under the leadership of the division, this is the division of the commissioner. I just wanted to say thank you to Andile and your team, and specifically to thank Precious Matibe for managing everything concerning international relations for this conference, for making sure that we follow all the protocols together with the DERCO team. We really, really, really wish to appreciate your work, and thank you for everything that you do for us all the time. This work is not just done internally within the Commission. So I want to thank our partners from DERCO, the City of Cape Town, the state security agencies, the South African Police Services for supporting our event so expertly. Thank you very much. And finally, to our program directors, Tyron Sampson, Sipose Tutetani, who both ably directed the annual conference program, Gresham, the chief executive host of the gala dinner, to Mr. Makale Mothala and Ms. Princess Kasiboto, as well as all our colleagues who facilitated sessions in the academic program. I would like to thank you for your sterling work in managing this program. It actually shows respect for those who you have invited to be able to direct the program in the way that you did, to respect time and allocation of work. We really, really do thank you for your sterling work. Thank you. Last but not least, I want to thank each and every one of you for traveling, attending, participating, and for contributing to the success of this conference. Your presence and your input have enriched our discussion and will guide us as we take forward the BRICS competition agenda over the next 5 years. Your support, your presence, your participation, we don't take it for granted. We really appreciate it. We then wish to extend our deepest thanks to India for their stewardship of the BRICS competition forum prior to handing it over to South Africa, and for using their chairmanship to deepen collaboration and build on our core mutual work on socially significant sectors. We also want to wish Brazil success in taking forward in the BRICS competition policy agenda over the next 2 years and integrating the new members into the BRICS world. Safe travels, and I look forward to meeting you again in Brasilia for the 10th BRICS International Competition Conference. And on that note, I would like to hand over to the interim president of CAGE, Brazil, Mr. Gustavo Augusto Freitas de Lima, to share more information on the upcoming conference. I thank you all, and go well. Thank you. Apparently, it's mission accomplished. Yes, thank you.
A huge applause to Commissioner Doris. First of all, I would like to thank, in the name of everybody here, how much well received we were, the warmth of the convention, the organization, the panels that we have. Everything was so well organized. I must say we will try to top the drums from yesterday. We are going to see that. We're going to try to top that. But we really felt like home here. So thanks so much, Commissioner Doris. Thank you so much, all the Competition Authority for South Africa. And as announced, we're going to see you in Brasilia. And I just want to take 1 or 2 minutes of the time to explain why Brasilia is important and why we should do it in Brasilia. Brasilia is a planned city that was built in 1960, in the 60s, last century. And why Brasilia was built? Because that's in the middle of the desert. We do not have beaches in Brasilia, I'm afraid to say. We actually are going to be 1,000 kilometers from the sea in distance. We are going to be 1,000 meters high. That's actually a high plane. But Brazil is a symbol of the human dream. That's a city that was built from scratch. There was nothing there. And for 100 years, give or take, Brazilians said that we should move to the interior. Our population in Brazil was concentrated by the sea. We have a very huge coastline. but we do not have an occupation inside the country. And at some point, someone said, look, let's do it. And in 4 years, where there was nothing, there was a desert, in 4 years, we had one of the largest cities in the Americas. Now we have 3.5 million people living there. That's the most developed city in Brazil that has all the best index. Most GDP per capita, most human development index. This is a planned city built from scratch. We built a whole lake, a whole artificial lake. So we are going to feel somehow by the sea over there. We have built a whole artificial lake over there. You're going to see one of the most beautiful buildings built, and the city was built in the form of an airplane. And why an airplane? Because flying is the highest human dream that we ever had. And the airplane is a symbol of that, symbol of getting higher, symbol of going where you couldn't go other way around, symbol of modernity. So I would like to say that Brazil is a symbol of where BRICS should be. We know we may be a long way for our vision, but we should have a vision if we want to get somewhere. And if you have a vision, so dedicated to this vision, maybe in 4 years, everything changes. And I hope in 2 years, maybe you're going to see part of this dream coming over. So there are a lot of things that we should accomplish in BRICS. Maybe you're going to see our first joint inquiry, more publications, maybe a course among BRICS, sharing information, exchanging experiences. These are all the things we would like to see. And Brasilia, as a symbol of this dream, I hope we're going to dream together and maybe accomplish some great things here in BRICS. So we have a small video, and I hope to see you over there. Espero ver todos vocês lá.
Cooperation moves society towards sustainable development. When ideas cross borders, creative solutions to common challenges emerge. For BRICS, this mindset is also reflected in antitrust policy, such as in the exchange of experiences, the strengthening of institutions, and the commitment to more open, balanced, and innovative markets. Since its creation, the BRICS International Competition Conference has become an essential platform to deepen the dialogue among the antitrust authorities of member countries. In 2027, the Administrative Council for Economic Defense will have the honor to host the 10th edition of the conference, a historical milestone for the group. With a diverse economy, a dynamic national market, and global leadership in sectors such as agriculture, energy, and biodiversity, Brazil is ready to encourage new debates on development and competition. The Brazilian antitrust policy has a solid track record, having over 60 years of commitment to protecting markets and promoting free competition. In 2027, a new chapter of this story will be written.
Apparently, we're going to see it again, but I'm quite sure there's a message by the end. So do you have sound? All right.
Cooperation moves society towards sustainable development. When ideas cross borders, creative solutions to common challenges emerge. For BRICS, this mindset is also reflected in antitrust policy, such as in the exchange of experiences, the strengthening of institutions, and the commitment to more open, balanced, and innovative markets. Since its creation, the BRICS International Competition Conference has become an essential platform to deepen the dialogue among the antitrust authorities of member countries. In 2027, the Administrative Council for Economic Defense will have the honor to host the 10th edition of the conference, a historical milestone for the group. With a diverse economy, a dynamic national market, and global leadership in sectors such as agriculture, energy, and biodiversity, Brazil is ready to encourage new debates on development and competition. The Brazilian antitrust policy has a solid track record, having over 60 years of commitment to protecting markets and promoting free competition. In 2027, a new chapter of this story will be written.
That's all right. Well, I'm not sure if you were able to see the toucan, which is the bird that we have over there, but I'm quite sure there are actual toucans in Brasilia. So I hope to see you all over there in 2027. It's going to be a great honor. And I believe this officially ends our session, our conference. So let's just give a big clap to everyone. And hope to see you over there. Thanks so much.